Yep. Hey, Juicy. Mr. Hair? Yeah, it's a little bushy today. Hello, Johnny. Hello, Borg. Borg. Hello, Borg. Which hero will we crash out about today? I don't know, it depends. Which one am I going to lose? How's my favorite haircutless streamer? Doing okay. Okay. Kenichi, how you doing? What's Warren? Warren, the streamer guy. He, Warren messaged me and he's like, hey, I'm doing like a 4-level review thing. Where like, different, like, it was like, oh, random person reviews me. And then I think it was like Aspen or somebody's gonna review his footage. And then he's gonna have like Tree or an OWCS player review it. And then I think I'm the final level. I think. And he's gonna do like a little content piece about it. I don't know if that's exactly how it's gonna work. There might be like an OWCS coach that he throws in there as well. I'm not really sure. But yeah. I don't really know even what hero it is, to be honest. I assume hit scan of some sort, but I don't really know. I have the replay code, and we'll look at it later on. And I kind of asked him, I was like, what do you want? And he was like, well, I was like, do you just want like footage or like a just general gameplay review? And he was like, I was like, how? He's like, you can go like, if you want, like go in depth on like DPS Fundamentals and just like go for like a full like super in-depth review. And I was like, okay, that's what he wants. So if we should have time for that today. So, oh gosh. I was thinking about the echo discussion, if having 60 distinct damage per sticky on target, make it more consistent value-wise. Could be. I don't know. I haven't really put a lot of thought into that. Was not a constructive discussion, which is why we're not going to. Which is why we're not going to make a YouTube piece out of it. The reality is that, like, on Twitch stream, like, I'm just going to say stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying, like, I'm going to say everything that comes to my mind. But, like I said, like, that's why I was like, just a heads up. This is just going to be me mad, ranting about something, you know? But then if that's the case, then I'm not going to make a content piece. You guys remember the Sierra discussion? The first tier of the Sierra discussion was me just griping and complaining about how the quality of a lot of things in this game is diminished. And, like, how I've been... And it was just me just complaining about stuff. And the second one was brainstorming. And then the third one was a scripted thing, you know, where I'm, like, really putting my thoughts together and being as respectful as I possibly can. So sometimes, like, when I'm on stream, I'm not, like, you know, full filter. You know, you have to be, like, somewhat, because I am putting a public face on. But that's why in, like, patch reviews, I'm way more, like, cautious and thoughtful, because I know a lot more people are watching. People that may not have the same context of, like, Spylo crashing out again, you know? Whereas if I'm playing ranked or screwing around, like, I think most of you guys here have a pretty good understanding of, like, I'm being emotional. And I mean, I think I make a good point here or there, but it doesn't mean that, like, everything I say is strictly true, necessarily. It's like, you gotta know who your audience is at that point in time. Lego Batman Gamer, this is tomorrow. You're excited? Nice. I haven't played a Lego game in a long time. I was one of the OGs. We used to go to a friend's house and play Lego Star Wars back when I was like 10 years old. Yeah, I was like 10, 11. That was really fun. If I miss anything, sorry, guys. Sorry's guys, I say. What's up, Orchid? But yeah, if I were to like do a hit piece on Echo, it wouldn't really be a hit piece. She's not Sierra or Onron by any means. I like Echo, but like I would probably need to put more thought into like what I actually want from the character. Which for me probably starts with noise cues, probably starts with 250, definitely involves her sticky frontlining, her perk, you know. But, you know. They've done a pretty good job though. So the shields that she has, that was my suggestion. You're welcome. Because I think that would add a lot to her inherent survivability based off of her like less less reliance and more flexibility to take angles. And then the flight movement speed was not something that I asked for, but it's something that I liked the second that they implemented it, because it's not just like more flexibility, but it is like if you've ever played like a really good Echo, it's actually pretty skill based. Like there's not like Trace or Blink level by any means, but like it's not really something that you notice until you play versus somebody that's like really good at Echo movement. You're like, holy crap, I didn't know they could even do that, and I like that kind of survivability. We covering the OWCS tournament? Maybe, I don't know. I have personally, I've not necessarily lost passion for it. It's been like indirect loss of passion where I've just had more things to do, and so like I think when like content pieces are momentum based. Like if I'm busy doing other things and I have less time for X, then I also have less motivation for X because I have a harder time keeping up with stuff. Like people are asking me like, what are my opinions on Cat Bastion? I promise you guys, I have seen like one video on it from Cager, maybe, and I've not watched a single match. So I don't feel comfortable giving you my full opinion on the thing, you know? And I'm also not super hyped because I don't even know who's good. Like I don't even know who's on whose team anymore, you know? So it's like that unfamiliarity breeds unfamiliarity, which breeds lack of interest, you know? It's not the product, it's just my personal headspace where I've been with my content pieces and what, you know? And I think just like the reality is that you go through cycles as well. Like you go through like this will be a design cycle. This will be like this has been my ranked thing, right? Where I've been playing like an hour and a half of ranked or an hour of ranked basically every stream for like a little while now, right? That's gonna be that will be done for a while, and we'll move on to do something else instead, you know. When you say X, am I talking about Twitter? Freaking killing me, man. Yes. A, B, C, D, F, G, H, Twitter. Y, Z. How has y'all's week been? Got any games in yesterday? Yeah, I got a decent number of games yesterday. We still went negative, which is kind of a bummer, but we're still in Masters 3, so all is fine. So I didn't play as well as I would have liked yesterday, but I felt like we were still giving pretty good effort, and I had a couple of genuinely unlucky games too. I lost a game to a DC that was a guaranteed win. We were crushing them. We lost. He just DC'd. That sucked. We had a couple other games with some frauds. I had a really bad game at one point. Like I had a Havana first point hold where I was doing pretty good in Suzanne, but we just didn't have a tank. He swapped 3 times, never even built an ultimate, just died off a cooldown. Despite us taking angles and stuff, so. If characters like Freya got their 2-tap combo kill, we're not getting back to DPS Doom 2. Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, I agree with you. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think characters, like, you can't say, like, not all 2-taps are created alike, of course, but yeah, I mean, the range with which Freya is able to apply her 2-tap, yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree. I agree. I just think it's not that we're not allowed to have burst damage in our game, but I really think burst damage is a very dangerous tool. I think burst damage is more of a dangerous tool than mobility, personally, depending on, like, that scale of mobility, you know, so, I don't know. Diamond down to Masters, Diamond to Plat. I feel like I sometimes people will link me stuff about like, yeah, Spilo is plat. What does he know? Spilo, which is like, first off, it doesn't really matter, but it cracks me up. And I think part of that misinformation kind of comes from like random moments in stream where like screwing around and like diamond on Doomfist or something. But that just goes to show like the level of media literacy that we have nowadays, and it doesn't matter what you do. I had I think the moment that really cemented that for me was like, it's like a year and a half ago. I was reading a competitive Overwatch Reddit thread, and somehow my name came up in it at like one of the mid comments, and somebody was like, "Oh, Spilo is not a good coach because he was the reason that London was so bad like back in," and it was like something that was so demonstrably untrue that if you literally just pulled up the Liquipedia page, you could see that I wasn't coaching for them at the time segment that they were blaming me for. Like I literally wasn't part of the organization, and yet I was getting blamed for something that I wasn't even part of. So not only did they lack the nuance behind like whether I was contributing to that problem or not, I wasn't even part of the team. And I was like, you know what? I just don't care anymore. There's just going to be certain people out there. So. You're bronze, right? Uh-huh. But I've started to kind of like let loose a little bit because I'm like, you know what? There's just gonna be, especially like when I'm not even a celebrity. I'm not even a micro celebrity, bro. I'm like micro. You know what I'm saying? But there's just gonna be a certain percentage of people I've talked to this with that either think I'm evil, or think I'm Satan, or think I'm bad at the game, and it just nothing's gonna like they are completely based off of bad information, or they have a grudge for whatever reason. And it's like, it is what it is. Like, you know what? Okay, so this is like super overthinking things, right? But were you during? Okay, so how many of you guys were here for like the Echo rant, right? There was that one first. Okay, so the guy that was like, "What do you mean? Echo makes noise? Like, what are you talking about? Or you're coping." I forget exactly what was said. And I was like, I didn't like scream at him, but I was like, "Dude, are you kidding me? Like, are you stupid? Like, you literally like look at this, like, right?" And I was like, he was a first-time chatterer. She was a first-time chatterer. And I was like, you know, first-time chatterer kind of flaming me, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, I'm going to be like, defend myself, you know? And I'm not going to defend myself in maybe the most respectful way because I'm kind of grumpy about the whole thing. But I thought about that, you know, the other day, and I'm like, man, I bet that's like another person that just hates me forever now. Because they were like kind of disrespectful, and then I returned fire. And then now that's just forever. That's just forever. Forever hatred. I'm evil now, and then there's nothing I can do. I think about that sometimes. They're probably not even a bad person, you know? Like, they're probably just... They had showed as little, like, judgment as I did maybe in that moment, you know? I try to do a better job of that, you know? I really try. It's hard sometimes. I was talking with Commander X about this, like, on stream the other day. Just, like, how it's hard to be, like, perfectly kind and respectful and understanding all day long with hundreds of people that may ask the same stupid questions over and over again or say things in a really blunt or rude way. And they may not even mean it that way. That just may be how they communicate, you know? I've had that happen before. Where somebody I thought was like legitimately just being a turd was just not communicating well. It's so easy to have that happen over the internet, but it is what it is. It is what it is. It's kind of a streaming issue. Yeah, it's definitely exacerbated by that. Saving babies and... Yeah, seriously, it feels like politics, man. I hate this stuff. That's why I prefer calling people over texting. Yeah, true. Yeah. Right, exactly. I remember that happened one time when I was screwing around in plat off of the tank placements at the start of the season with Domino. You guys remember, right? Because I hadn't played tank since Hazard and it was Masters or whatever. And someone's like, "Wow, is he actually plat?" And I like snapped. I was like, "Dude, come on! Like, are you serious? Like, what?" And then dude's like, "No, I was like legitimately asking." And he was actually a nice guy. And I saw him in stream a lot after that. He was like super chill. And I was like, man, what is life, dude? What is the freaking 21st century, man? I don't know. It is what it is. Life is weird, dude. Because the thing is, it's not all my fault either. Like, people tend to come into... I think one thing I've learned about streamers is that, like, there's this really weird dynamic where there's like this familiarity where everyone feels fine, especially like in my chat, with flaming me, like just like completely flaming me. And I'm actually super chill with that most of the time, but it depends on like the spirit of the flame, you know what I'm saying? And so like people can kind of come in and be like, yeah, I'm just gonna trash this guy, you know, I'm gonna trash this guy, you know? And it's like sometimes somebody crosses a line or I'm not in the mood for it, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, I usually am. And so it's just like a really weird dynamic. I had this interaction myself as the other side of the equation. So I think I've said this before, but there was like this Age of Empire, I won't say who, but this Age of Empires streamer I was watching. And his chat was like flaming him or teasing about something. And he was like bantering with him about the same thing. And I know I've watched this guy for a while. He doesn't know me. So I jump in and I'm like teasing him with the banter with the exact same thing as his chat was. Exact same thing his chat was doing. Literally the exact same thing. No different. Not mean-spirited, whatever. And he kind of got a little butthurt about it. It was like, oh, dude, you don't even know me. I don't even know. And I was like, why is he targeting me? And I realized the reason that he was getting butthurt about me is because I had a check mark. So I had transcended, and I didn't even think about that. I had transcended from being the average dumb Twitch chatter to like a real person that was just flaming him that he didn't know. And I was like, so it was kind of sissy of him to do that, but I can also kind of relate to that. And I was like, man, these dynamics are so awkward, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's like because I have a check mark, I'm a real person, so therefore, I mean, I noticed that in my Twitch chat. Like, somebody like will come in with a check mark, right? Sometimes it's not even like a big streamer. It's just somebody that has like a partnership thing because they had like some partnership that they had or whatever. Like that, that can happen. Like you can get a check mark regardless of whether you're a big streamer or not. And I'm like, immediately, I'm like kind of like paying attention to what they're saying more and like thinking about them like a real person more. It's such a dumb dynamic, man. So we're all bots to you? Well, okay, so reality check. If I don't know you, yes, you're all bots to me. But you're collectively funny and allowed to joke with me most of the time. Like, I'm fine with that. And then the other parts of you, the ones that I know by name, I've known you guys long enough to where, like, you're allowed to flame as well. But if somebody with, like, a check mark that I didn't know came in and flamed me, maybe I would be like the other guy. Maybe I would get butthurt over it. I don't know. You're not a bot, but you guys are a bit of a collective until I start to see you more often and know your name individually. And that probably applies to, like, a couple hundred of you, but... Can I flame you? Yeah, I know who you are. Sadly. See? Like, that dynamic is earned, you know? Nice shot. But yeah, it's so complicated, like, navigating these things. And I think the big thing that ticks me off the most, and I try to do a better job about this, is that, like, nowadays, people really want to get, like, triggered over stuff. They really want to assume the worst about people, you know? So it's like people will often be judged. I promise you guys, we've had this conversation before. If you went through every stream I've ever done, and clipped 10 minutes out of context, you would think I am the most evil. Just even my ranked rants, just complaining about, blaming my teammates, constantly crying, what a whiner, unhappy about everything, always yelling at the devs. You could absolutely think I am a total scumbag. I promise you. Promise you. You don't think you know? Oh no, I lost my nano. It's a support hater? Yeah. I mean, yeah, you could. And the weird thing is that when you're a streamer, I guess, or not, you're not even, like, if your interactions with people are that small, you might just get lucky enough to catch that person at like the weirdest, like, half a second. Like, there are people out there that will tune into my stream for 30 seconds and then just through a complete coin flip, man. But I don't see color clip. Yeah, exactly. Dude, you guys saw that the other day. Well, I told you guys about that the other day with the cortisol tier list. Somebody got their feelings hurt over the whole therapy joke about, like, dude, why are you depressed? Just go outside and take a walk, you know? Which was, like, clearly a bit. Like, I was literally, it was a joke. It was a bit. It was a bit. I was saying that that's bad advice, and people who say that, like, clearly are lacking the context. Like, it's a difficult thing to go through. But somebody I've coached before and has been part of my community for a long time and knows my personality took it out of context. And I'm like, that one I didn't take responsibility for. I'm like, man, if I've known you and worked before and you for a long enough time, you should know the context of that. But that just goes how bad it is nowadays. Like, people that even know you will be like, oh yeah, well, that was bad. It's like, bro, like, how do you... How do you not, like... Yeah, that was a little sus. I had to delete the comment because I was like, bro, like, I'm not having this conversation with you. To be clear, this person has also had a couple of issues where they almost felt like they purposefully bad faith interpreted stuff. So I don't know if it's just maybe an inability to read social cues, or maybe they're extra sensitive about stuff. So, but even that, it's like, okay, we all have the friend that's extra sensitive about stuff. Doesn't mean that they're like a bad person, you know? You just have to. So it's just like awkward navigating like hundreds of people where everyone's got their different tolerance for different things. You know what I'm saying? Like, everyone can agree that being overly sensitive is cringe, but nobody can necessarily agree where that line is, you know? I mean, I have this problem with my Discord moderation all the time, you know? The most toxic I've ever seen you seriously be was in that one random New Jungle City quick play match towards Ice-T. Wait, which one? I don't remember. Seriously straight up pulling out the receipts. I'm fricked. Oh yeah, Jacob, I just did not engage during that at all. I just did not engage with that at all. I had the freaking army after me after that, so I just didn't engage. That was actually kind of a good thing for me though, because I really stopped engaging in social media completely in that situation. I was like, you know what, it's not worth it. People are gonna bad faith interpret. I don't care. I've moved on. Wait, really? Seriously? That kind of sounds unlike me. I don't know. I don't remember that. Thank you, A. Jackson. I don't know why you're being nice. It kind of makes me feel uncomfortable. Cortisone. That's funny. Cortisol poison ivy medication. That's definitely a me thing. I would definitely make the same mistake. Yeah, seriously, I appreciate it, but I could not possibly. And I would say I could not possibly care less. I could definitely care less, but I'm trying to care less. Oh dear. Ah, poop. Hydrocortisol would be a banger name. Thank you, Sink. Thank you, Jackson. But 1% accuracy day, Spilo? Well, that's okay. The days that I play better are not the days where I play crispy mechanically. Are the days where I'm like really confident with how I'm taking space and not like forcing things and getting anxious. Which I don't know if that's gonna be one of those days, but we're gonna do our best. Yesterday was an anxious day. Oh, latency, Mother Teresa. Well, hopefully this doesn't happen too much. You're single hit grandmas? Why is my queue so long? I don't know. Support can be a bit RNG. Dude, that thing's spread. Look at the launch. Frick, man. Thanks, Ryoko. I need to put me evidence. Yeah, I don't like it either, necessarily, but at this point in time, it's like, again, people's like proof for things could be so flimsy, but it doesn't matter. Like, they're gonna roll with it. So I've just, it is what it is. I can't worry about it too much. When is the map tier list being finished? I don't know. We're being really thorough with it, like taking our time with each map, like as I kind of said. So it might be a while. Like maybe a week or so, week or two.
I won't give in.
You're not missing anything, Blank Iron. There's no secret sauce or secret lore. It's just being a content creator on the internet. That's basically all that you're missing. To sell my soul in exchange for currency, so wish me luck. I don't know what the context of that statement is, but I wish you best of luck. What's up, Bart? How are you, mate? I had an interview at a big tech company. I missed that. Oh, wow. Hope that goes well, mate. Good luck. Please, Simone, why are we voting for Oasis? The more I play, the more Matt vote pilled I've become. I despise playing in King of the Hill if it's not one of the maps that I enjoy. Actually, it's true. Just despise is too strong of a word. I dislike. Awesome. Roadhog. Let's go. Why not vote for Flower ESO? Guys, I'm telling you, I am just considerate, friendly man. Actually, I think Orissa's a better ban than Malga here. I think Orissa's unironically a better ban than Malga on King of the Hill. So if I'm on Ana, if you've got like Reaper and crap, we can still do maybe okay. Like, I can take some bad trades. Howdy, Prof Buffalo. What's my opinion on Samoa? Hasn't released a Samoa opinion. I think Samoa's probably an A tier map, honestly. At least B tier. I think it might be the best or second best King of the Hill map, in my opinion. Lucio ban, just the map. Just the map. If I'm playing Grandma, I can't. If we don't have a Lucio player, it's a massive disadvantage to be at a speed disadvantage. It's better in this map. I would 100% ban Lucio on another King of the Hill, but do I ban for fun to ban to win? I normally just ban to win, but only in very specific circumstances. Like Lucio ban on King of the Hill or Flashpoint, and that's basically it. But I don't even ban to win that much. It's just a couple of situations, like really bad maps.
No. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective. Make them scream. Enemy in sight. With me. Hey, it's getting cool. That must sting. Get in there, Bob. Over there. Helden sterben nicht. Stand up straight. I go out on my terms. Targeting hostile. Nano boost almost ready. Covering you. You're powered up. Get in there. Ginger protects you. Let me keep doing it. Time for the reckoning. I won't give in.
Letting go of the objective. Back.
Best round.
It's just a bad start for me. It's okay. It's usually how the first game goes, just a little clunky. Some of the ideas are okay, but some missed shots, some goofy rotations, a lot of missed cooldowns to the start. Not a big deal. Spy looks like he's dead inside. I try to allow myself to just kind of like focus on what I'm doing as best I can and not really try to emote or anything. But oftentimes it just means I need to kind of get in the groove a little bit. 200 tracer bots? Holy frick, thank you.
Better get paid after all this.
That's
I
crazy.
don't like having my time wasted.
Alright,
You have learned.
locked in face, sort of.
3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Making an old woman know the work? I'm under attack.
The objective is now.
I'm reloading. Touch now. Eyes on a target. It just needed a push. I'm not finished. Healing you. Yeah. Come over here. Targeting hostile.
Let the kitsune guide you.
I haven't lost my touch.
Protecting.
Covering you.
Objectives in my hands.
I won't let you fall. I have you. Keep fighting. You're powered up. Get in there.
They're on the objective. Push them out. Arigato.
Fighting alone. Enemy in sight.
Nicht getan.
Someone here. Taking damage. Feeling warm yet? I think we're outnumbered. Gotta that ninja protects you.
لسه قدامي كتير. Stand up straight. Over there. We've got the
Get in there, Bob. Let the kitsune guide you. Time for the reckoning.
Eyes on a target. Double reload.
Triple kill.
Here it once. Appreciate it.
Quadruple kill. Team kill.
Blew him out of the water.
Rendezvous at my position. Over there. Covered in blue.
Smoke him
Get in there. Enemy in sight.
Double kill. Round 2. 1.
Take this. Keep it up.
Spooky, dude. Spooky. Spooky.
1 to 1.
I gotta hit a freaking sleep dart, though. I've missed so many nades on that queen, man. I needed to, like, backboard it or something. They keep getting body blocked. Love you. Really poorly. But, hey, we played patient when we needed to.
I'll keep you
My
safe.
Curio, bro. You can tell she's a Mercy player. Also, that Death Blossom comment was freaking tragic. Thank you, Prime. Appreciate you, dude. That Death Blossom Roadhog comment was tragic.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Somebody fetch man. 私がついてる。
Targeting hostile. I'm here. Keep fighting.
The objective is now active.
This is not the end.
The name's Cassidy.
Group up at my position.
Enemy's
Get
spotted.
in there. Don't let them take the point.
Eyes on a target. Taking care of you. Targeting hostile. No recovery. Stand up straight. Sweet dreams. Improve MA covering you. Eyes on a target. Hold on. Reloading. Targeting hostile. I go up. Group up with me. My ultimate is charging. Group up with me.
No.
Olim وينفذ. Enemy in sight. That must sting. Healing you.
Time for the reckoning.
They're on the point. Send
You're
them
powered
back.
up. Get in there. Got you.
Victory.
I think I need to stop. I think I need to stop trying to sleep Emre ults, especially when you have the headshot perk. I think it's better for me to take that one shot and try to shoot him in the head or shoot him in the body.
Play of the game.
Because my thought is that, like, I'm just gonna die, which is accurate if you don't kill him. There's nothing I can do in that position. But also at the same time, it's like I think I could do more with the shot if he's that far away. I got carried that last round, though. I think I carried the second round on a couple of those fights, even though I missed a couple of cooldowns. Like, I think my patience and a couple of the shots were really clutch. But then I definitely got carried that round. That's just kind of how it goes, I guess. It's a good reminder. Team is really freaking deadlifting there at the end. Or hit the sleep. I mean, unironically, going for the sleep is not always bad. Like, it depends just on how far away he is or the angle that you have. That sleep was bad because he's looking right at me, and so his strafe pattern is likely to be very difficult. Dude, nice Neum. That's why I picked the headshot perk, man. Like, I know I don't always do a good job of focusing on it, but, like, it won, like, basically single-handedly or almost single-handedly won at least 2 fights or maybe 3, if I remember correctly. You know? They're easy to sleep because he's really slow in the ult unless he's nanoed. That's why. Ah, boy. You know what this is? This is a trash can. Oh, thank you, Troll Diddy. No, I'm just standing up and stretching my legs between games. Sorry. That's kind of a good example, by the way, of where heal botting is not necessarily bad. I know I was kind of teasing my Kiriko a little bit, but I had consistently good angles to just shoot and stuff. And so, yeah, she heal botted, but she didn't heal bot on top of me. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can look at a lot of those fights, and I do think her position was okay. Like, she was... So it's like, it's kind of coincidental, because if you guys remember the time I demonstrated Kiriko heal bot, it was actually on Samoa. And I heal botted a lot that fight, or that game too. But it was just because my other support was playing pretty aggressively, and like that time I was pretty much just consistently holding the solo sightline, and then especially in the last 2 rounds. And so yeah, she can just heal bot, you know. Totally fine to do that. It just can't be stacked, because if we're stacked, then my DPS or tank aren't getting support. And in there. The sideline was the more important angle. The Kiriko needs to flex her on my position, not the other way around, because I'm the Grand Maul. So.
Select a map.
Back with town. Maybe his end game.
Select your hero.
Enjoy your shower or Troll of Duty. Thank you for the raid, dude. I hope you had a good stream.
Select heroes to ban.
You scared they're gonna buff Genji? Yeah, I don't know. I think that the devs are pretty aware of like how Genji can be a bit of a tricky one. He can sometimes feel bad. He's a little bit like Reinhardt. He can kind of feel bad, but he's like pretty consistently pretty good in most ranks. I don't really care. Maybe a Widow ban here. Works for me. Give him 2 dashes, Simon. Yeah. You know what's funny about Emrael? I think Emrael was probably the thing that I misread the most of my initial take on the new heroes. I think most of my takes have aged pretty well, but I think I was kind of wrong with Emrael. And it was really funny because it reminds me of when we were doing the playtesting stuff and how everybody just like could not... Nobody... Well, okay, so the reason why we were wrong is because nobody understood... Nobody tested how ridiculously good the splash damage is. Like, the reason why we all undervalued it, and it was the same thing in playtesting, everybody, including Yeatle, Dante, we were all just, like, spamming it in, like, close range. Not Yeatle, sorry. Dante and Rack. It was, like, in close ranges or medium ranges. And then, as soon as people realized that you can literally just do full splash damage from a projectile across the map, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, wait, this ult's not bad at all, because you don't need to move fast. But that's not exactly intuitive, so it's kind of a weird design decision to make it that sniper-focused. But, yeah. And then all of a sudden you're sniping people, and it's like, oh, wow, this ult is not so bad.
Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Escort the kill. Dodge this.
I alt-tabbed.
Overconfidence is a flimsy shield.
We're moving up.
Listen to my prayer.
Tango in sight. They're attacking me. I'm with you.
Those who seek me, this gold plays this one.
Over there.
Clear out.
Minefield deployed.
Repetition
on an enemy.
is the path to mastery.
Join the hamster on the payload.
Got one here.
Assistance would be appreciated. The path to healing leads here.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Enemy here.
Payload secured. Move out. Over here.
Tango in sight. Bombs ticking. Oh, bombs ticking. I'll take a reader.
Defeat cannot break one who perseveres.
Payload stone.
Once more. Under attack.
Dodge this.
Restore.
Hostile spotted. Let the Kitsune guide you. Do something.
We must join as one.
Mercy on call. Good to see you.
Let me assist. Every day, one grows. Experience nothingness.
Hello. Good to see you. Okay.
Tactical visor activated.
My spirit burns.
It's go time.
Over there.
Tango in sight. Kill the Mahol.
I humbly accept. What goes around comes around.
Payload has reached the checkpoint.
True strength does not always lie in victory.
Over here.
Harmony follows you. Failure is acceptable. Giving up is not.
Payload stalled. We need to get a move on.
Over here.
Payload secure. Get your head down.
30 seconds are remaining.
Allow me.
Medicine.
10 seconds remaining.
End is near. We must not hold back.
Heroes never die.
Tactical visor activated.
Step right up.
Got eyes on an enemy.
Experience nothingness.
The payload is approaching its destination.
My bad, my bad, my bad, my bad, my bad. I literally, you guys saw it. I was like, oh no.
Hello.
I literally thought I had it. It wasn't even like, oh, I thought I would build it by then. I just thought I had it for some reason. I don't know why that happens with Zen sometimes, more often than with Ana. I don't understand it. Maybe it's because it's like Zen with the trance, it's more like snap second. So like with Ana, I might make a mistake, but I can't have a second to build it. But that sucks, man. My bad. We would have won that fight if I had trance, dude. Toots. Remember Benadryl Brig? Yeah. Dude, I played that rally freaking amazing, no? I spaced it out. I timed my kick perfectly. I wonder if I would have won that. She probably would have whipped me, but
What it is like.
I guess she has movement speed as well, but I don't know, it felt pretty cool.
Don't even think about it.
Pretty good push, all things considered. Their comp is like really good at holding the choke, so the fact that we recap second was really good.
Feeling more powerful?
Yeah, I think maybe it's just rally speed alone she catches up with me, but it was still fun.
Take care of each other
Brilliance
out there.
guides your actions.
All should fear you.
Behold
5,
once more.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
That payload or suffer.
Enemy team.
One who fears loss, join me. I release your suffering. Group up with me.
Or suffer.
Join together. is an excellent teacher. The payload must be stopped. We must join as one.
Minor hurt under
I have learned from my experiences. Think my ultimate ability is ready. Join me. Group up with me.
the payload has reached the checkpoint.
A temporary setback.
Wipe them off the payload.
Your spirits lifted.
Got eyes on an enemy. Finds you.
Make them regret moving the payload.
My spirit is strong. I humbly accept. You have my thanks.
Wipe them off the payload.
Heroes never die.
Many thanks.
Big stunner left.
Got eyes on an enemy. Stop that
Adversity is an
payload.
opportunity for change.
Tactical visor activated.
I'm fully focused.
Let me assist you.
seconds remaining.
Failure is acceptable.
Hey, it's Kiko.
Victory.
Close. Not even close, bro. You know, the voices said to me, the voices said, settle down. It's okay. We're going to be fine. And they were right. That was an uphill battle. Did you guys see that? Nice. Dude, Paul, I know he was the lowest rated player in the lobby, but dude, he had literally zero awareness of where we were taking fights. He was good at ball, but like I was like, bro, no. But first point defense was tragic though. Like I just need to Bastion fed. As soon as we swapped off Bastion, we were fine. But like I just needed to back like all the way up to that building and then just play for one fight. Like losing that defense so easily and then having to retake in small space. My death was expensive there on the retake, so it was fine to take that angle, I think. But like you have to win the fights that are easy when you're playing Zen or Ana. You can't lose those fights. You just can't lose those fights. So like losing that first fight in defense because my Bastion gets picked off and I just don't rotate far back enough is like criminal. Because we can like we legitimately can full hold with balls and Mercy there. Like you can full hold that versus their comp, especially with Winston and crap. It's like freaking insanely bad. But okay, let's do maybe one more and then we'll probably stop. Tracer was fine. It's harder to attack space with Tracer in that map, and she was pretty predictable with her engages.
Vote for your map. Select your hero.
Open boxes? Yeah, a little bit.
Choose heroes to ban.
That one pulse spawn on first defense was, or attack was criminal, dude. The thing is about it, I literally didn't strafe that one very much because I was like, oh, this is really bad. I should just shoot her in the head. And then I didn't shoot her in the head. And then that made the pulse bomb really easy. It was like one of those moments where like I'm too big brain for my own good. Like not that that's that big of a brain, but it was like clearly she's going for a pulse bomb here. And I'm just like, oh, I just need to line up the shots. And I'm like, yeah, but, you know, you could get one shot, you know, like, if you don't strafe, like, once. And we didn't, and we just stood there. Like, forest for the trees moment. It's like, yeah, this is the big brain strategy, but you look like a moron. So, maybe you should not do that. 56 boxes? The bigger the brain, the easier it is to headshot you? Yeah.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
I like this map.
All find a
I'm always
cause
pleased
to
when this
fight
map comes
for.
up. Even when I lose, I enjoy it.
You have learned well.
Oh, will not be claiming.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Hey.
Giddy up!
Come here to get taking care of you. Over there.
Push commence.
Hello. That's all it takes.
I need to reload. Keep an eye out.
Gonna have to get that robot back.
We need to put a stop to their push.
They're over here.
Thank you kindly.
Enemy in sight. Healing you. I'm under attack.
Back in control.
Careful. Much better.
Please accompany.
Eyes on a target.
Party here.
Barricades moving! Keep up!
Don't fret. I see you. Be nourished. Targeting hostile. I'm here. Keep fighting.
Forward spawn.
Over there. Eyes on a target.
Surrender and I will.
You're powered up. Get in there.
We're outnumbered!
The robot's off with them now.
My ultimate is
I
ready.
won't give in. Group up with me. Over there.
Forward spawn lost.
Enemy in sight. Taking damage.
They took the robot!
Minor Earth unlocked.
Get in there, Bob!
One of these, Gerrit and Fiz. Group up at my position.
Go on and
How's
push.
it going?
Over there. Forward spawn activated. Leave this.
Over there.
I'm here. Keep fighting. He's up. Forward spawn lost.
Watching the robot.
Meteor strike.
Healing. Over there. Forward spawn activated.
All right, starting the push.
Keep an eye out. Come to my position. They took him from us. I got you. We're outnumbered. Be careful.
I'm here.
My ultimate is group up with me.
Find one here.
Don't let them push any further. A taste of poison. Over there.
Oh!
Taking damage. Covered you. Get in there. Oh, down.
Stop that barricade and
Eyes on a target.
Over there.
Lost my touch.
Hello there.
spotted.
Enemy in sight.
Apagando las luces.
We cannot allow them to take the robot.
Bring in the rain.
Taking care of you. Stand up straight.
Meteor strike.
Round of nano boost is charging.
Hey. Oi, oi.
My ultimate is charging. Eyes on a target. Taking damage.
Get in there, Bob.
ชีวิตปกป้องชีวิต Get that one.
Enough whining. You're fine. That's much. Come to my position. Nano boost is ready to deploy.
One shot.
60 seconds remaining.
there.
Targeting hostile.
30 seconds remaining.
Enemy in sight.
They stole the robot from
Over
us.
there. I've got you. Over there.
Tolerate failure.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm near. Keep fighting.
Surrender to my will.
Overtime.
Last chance.
I'm under attack.
At all costs.
Victory.
I think I cooked. I think that's the wrong angle to choose, unless maybe... I mean, the Widow was understandable. I don't think that was that bad when it was on Widow, but I think I should have rotated, just kept rotating with Cart and flipped towards Mega. You guys know what I'm talking about? I think that was the wrong angle to choose, or even play the tunnels. So, like, I think all things considered, I played it okay, like, given my mechanical capabilities. I did okay. Like, I was very respectful of their attention, but I just don't think it was the optimal angle to play. I think it was because I got stuck on Cart, and then that was just the fastest rotation, but I think if I just, like, put the legwork in between fights, I think I could have positioned myself much better. It's not always a bad angle to hold, but it was the bad angle to hold there, for sure. I think it's way easier to just play the top. Here, I'll show you where I should have rotated if I'd put in more legwork. No, that last fight I don't think was too bad. It was more along the lines of, like, when their Doomfist wasn't dead, or the Sombra, like, I had to give way too much respect to do anything, so my uptime was terrible. Like, here, I'm just gonna pick a random moment. I think it was, like, around here. Maybe not this fight. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, so this one, maybe I get a little bit more slack, given how it rotated. But, like, I think if I just hustle here... yeah, see, this is definitely the moment here, right? Where I'm playing this one pretty patiently and baiting myself and then just basically playing to live. But, like, there's really no reason for me not to be like, this is definitely the better angle here. Just here. Then I can go back and heal and then pick here. It's not optimal, but it's probably the better angle here. Like, you could see it. I played okay, right? I held my lane. I didn't lose the HP trade. I tried to juke the Doomfist. He doesn't even try at that point. And then I go back in, and we're doing fine. But my uptime is too inconsistent around my CDs, you know? I did a good job with their Sombra, though, I think. I found a perfect balance between giving her attention when she was relevant and then ignoring her when she wasn't. It wasn't like a masterclass, but if you ever struggle versus Sombra on a map like this, like, you can kind of see how I played it. Just like, I'm predicting the lanes that she's going to go into, giving those lanes attention, and then the second that she appears, I piece, you know? Or I threaten her and get out. Like, the thing with Sombra, too, is it's like, there was a couple of moments where, like, I could have killed her. Like, I narrowly missed a sleep dart just knowing where she is. So it's, like, super, especially in a map like this, it's really spooky for her, because it's, like, a lot of those lanes are wide open. I think there's another situation here where I think I took the wrong rotation. Is it this one? Like, right here. I'm almost never surprised by Sombra. Never. Because even just dodging the virus is, like, such an annoying thing for her. Like, look at this right here. I know she's here somewhere. I'm just using corners, and I'm using omnidirectional cover, right? And then I heal my team a little bit, and then I go, okay, she should go for Ashe here if she's going to go for anybody, because these characters can tank a little bit of virus stuff. This is my hazard feeding. My hazard needs to realize that we've got 2 people in spawn, and he needs to not be doing this. So I escort her. I hear Sombra, so I'm like, okay, we're safe. And then I move back in, but my hazard just fed. The Walking Dead. Swallow in a hot streak? Well, you know, we had a cold streak, so. And then this, I don't know, I think it was Samatek who said it. I should have definitely jumped off the map here. I was just being stupid. But the right idea was there. Like, we don't stagger ourselves. But, like, this right here is, like, really important, I think, for us. Because this Sombra's looking for an EMP, and she would have 100% gone for it. But this right here is like, no, dude, you're not allowed to have that. And the difference between me and Sombra is that I can do things when I'm not on the angle. So her lanes are very high value, but I'm just marking her. And then, like, look at what her alternative was, right? Coming up this angle, which is just so much worse. And then even then, I'm still like, where is she? Where is she? Where is she? Because I'm predicting she should have gone for Ashe here because of the availability of the angle. So going for here was, like, really bad. I mean, like, you could just tell, like, she was really struggling to get her engages set up because we were marking her really well. Again, I'm like, no surprises, no surprises. I'm pinging Reaper. There's no reason for me not to help my Reaper because the rotation shouldn't be too bad. But this is definitely one of those moments where I need to go up the stairs, up to here, rotate to here, and continue my rotation from this position. I should not be here. Again, no surprises. I mean, it's not, like, again, it's not the worst thing in the history of the universe. But because, I mean, look at how bad the Sombra timing off of the engage was, right? Like, she just had no staging at all. And I trusted my team to deal with it. But the problem is that I end up being here to help, which just feels terrible. And then sleep into the Matrix, which is not great. I rotate away from BAP. And then my team is just applying pressure elsewhere, so they're unable to punish me. But that fight would have been much easier from the height and then rotating towards the right side. Sombra has to play pretty conservatively after nurse? Yeah. Yeah. Again, I'm like, okay, where's Sombra? Where's Sombra? Okay, then I hear Widow, and I'm like, I can peek this on this lane here. Because the reason why I didn't really want to heal here, this is kind of hindsight a mistake. The reason why I was conservative is I didn't want to give a bullet trail for the BAP. Or for the Emre. And I was like pretty sure my team could just hide in the room and not worry about it. I didn't actually see that Widow there. I thought I actually did not see that Widow. I didn't know where she was. I knew she was around. But I actually didn't see her. That's funny. Did they use pull to cleanse here? Oh, dude. Oh my days. I was wondering what I got. Dude, look at this, chat. Look at this. Holy unlucky. I don't think it would have mattered that much, but that's a 2-man nade right there. Or at least a 1-man nade. Freaking blocked by the descending pedal. Oh, man. He was just really good with his audio cues. I think he probably blocks there anyway, but... And then here, I'm just dead. But this is kind of my point. Like, the things I have to do when I could have just played the angle here. It's a little bit more tricky with the Widow, but yeah. Frick, man. I think the last time I played that flank that was okay. I might be wrong. I'm just like, this is where I'm just like being really patient because I know my team has really good space control and I'm helping my Ashe here. And I'm like, I just don't need to do anything crazy. So even here, like, we still have space control. Hit a shot. Thinking about nanoing. Don't die to my angle here. Check my Ashe. My Ashe is fine. And I'm, like, thinking about nanoing there to guarantee the fight, but I don't know where anybody is, so I hold on to it. I'm just like, okay. Where's Widow? Okay, nice shot for my Ashe. And then now this, I think this nano is just to keep the momentum going. It was a little early, but it was like, I hear people there. I'm pushing cart here because nobody else is. Backboard nade. Don't get AoE punched. This is like kind of bad for my team. That's just kind of inexcusable to get that much value. And I guarantee this guy is like... Okay, actually, this is such a troll from that life we've... Actually, is it a troll? It's kind of a troll. I mean, maybe he dies there. But like, I don't know. Tough call. Because he's antied in 250 HP. And no ult. And no block either. So that kind of sucks for him. And he doesn't end up getting the kill. Or he does, but it takes like forever. So I nano there for tempo. For tempo as in like we have our next cooldown cycle. And so now I want him to go. This was super risky. I gambled there. But it's like, because of the nano's speed boost, it's just so much more consistent to get crap like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have so much more faith in my nano timing when there's just so much more wiggle room with the speed perk. Because, like, if that was out the speed perk, maybe that gets disengaged, but, yeah. And then now I just need to not die. And this is where I'm trying to focus on my crosshair placement, because it's the only thing I'm worrying about right now. So it's a 1-for-1, but it's a 1-for-1 with attacker's advantage, or defender's advantage, because he's got positional advantage to me, so I just need to not feed and keep him busy. And then this was just poorly played for me. I got a little panicky. I had too many options. Like, I had crosshair advantage, I had headshot perk, I had nade, I hit a headshot, and then just kind of go down. I don't even nade myself here, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I just got too excited. But we still kept him busy, and that was it. But, yeah. Okay. We can maybe look at some Warren gameplay. I'm pleased, man. I'm pleased. On my really bad, frustrating, tilting days, I'm like, the floor is raising. My whole point with this like grind thing is like I'm not playing the amount of games that I should. I'm not particularly like clutch mechanically. I don't have like a big first-person shooter background. I haven't played the game in a long time. I'm playing heroes that aren't good this season. I'm a choker. I'm emotional. I have a busy work schedule. So this whole project is not meant to be a flex. It's meant to be that listen, I've got all these freaking downsides, man. If you want to do it, you can do it. But what are your thoughts on Hazard as a character? I think he has like problematic aspects of his kit, but I don't know, like he's a tough one. I would tend, let's put it this way. The simplest, like the TikTok version, is that Hazard is in my top 5 heroes that I want to be meta in terms of tank. Top 5 tanks that I want to be meta. So, is he a little overtuned? Maybe. Is he grossly overtuned? I just don't think so at all. I think he has plenty of counterplay. You can avoid him, you can shoot him, you can CC him. Whenever I watch a Hazard beat me, most of the times I'm usually impressed. And trust me, I'm a squishy. Like, I understand, like, I'm an immobile hero. I usually feel like it was relatively earned. So, I don't know, Winston, Ryan, Junker Queen, maybe Ball. Honestly, I don't love Doomfist in low ranks, but my spicy take is that I don't actually mind Doomfist that much in higher ranks. Because of the way that he has to work for his macro trades, he doesn't just AoE slop and choke. I actually don't mind Doomfist in higher ranks. I think he's actually like pretty, like if you play Doomfist in Masters GM Plus, I'm like, I don't mind that matchup. I don't like his major perk. I don't like the Matrix. That removes a lot of the counterplay. But like I don't like, if you're playing Doomfist and making him work in Masters GM, I don't know, Matt. It's the same thing with Ball. Like I don't mind Ball until he gets that major perk. Then I don't like him anymore. Yeah, maybe the health of this wall is too much, but yeah. I think wall is like one of the best, like, I mean, we don't really have that many, like, yeah, so never mind. I guess there's not really that many things. I was like, it's like one of the best projectiles in the game, but that doesn't make any sense because we have like, what, 2 blocking things in the game? Yeah, Hazard wall can be frustrating, but I don't really mind playing versus Hazard. Winston will always be my favorite by a long shot, like a pretty decent margin. I really like playing versus Winston on basically every hero that I've ever played. I always feel like I got outskilled when I lose to a Winston. Ryan can be a little bit low value floor, but like again, if you're getting value out of Ryan in a higher level like Doomfist, I think Ryan and Doomfist are actually kind of comparable because I do think that they're both pretty strong characters in like low to mid ranks ish. But then if you're making them work in higher ranks, like I respect that and I enjoy that counterplay. Queen is kind of the same. Ball is most of the same until he gets major perks, so. But yeah, if you have your problems with Hazard, I understand. I 100% understand. You think Sigma or Hazard is healthier? My hot take, well, okay, it has to be Hazard. But not because Sigma is like an inherently bad designed tank. It's that Sigma has some downside, like the lack of Sigma's mobility means that he's always going to be worse in a lot of game modes. And so if Sigma is the meta tank, it means he's grossly overtuned. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm trying to think of a good analogy. Maybe Ashe is the best analogy? Where like I think Ashe is also like an incredibly well-designed DPS, like easily my favorite hit scan, one of the best heroes designed in the game in terms, and I enjoy playing versus Ashe for the most part. Like I feel like it's a relative, unless she's damage boosted, but that's Mercy's problem, not Ashe. But I also don't want to see an Ashe on every single map because the way that it kind of smells wrong. It's like, okay, well that character should be outpaced by Tracer or Genji or something else on this map. So if she's meta, that's probably means that she's overtuned. And you see that in the results, right? Anytime that we have a Sigma meta, it's usually because he's grossly overtuned, not because he's minorly overtuned. Because he's just not as flexible as Hazard, right? Or he's not as flexible as a D.Va, or he's not as flexible as a Genji or a Tracer, or he's not as flexible as a Kiriko. So Hazard with D.Va too? From a hero design perspective, yes. I actually think D.Va's basically as flexible as Hazard, though. Maybe, actually, I don't know. I think they're about the same amount of flexible. I think Hazard and D.Va are some of the most flexible tanks in the game. I think Hazard, D.Va, Doomfist are probably, I think, the 3 most flexible tanks in the game. Whereas Doomfist is perfect on every map, but has bad matchups. Hazard is kind of the same, I think. Just hate the guy? Yeah, that's fair. A specialist shouldn't be meta in all scenarios? Yeah. It's hard, though, because that is just the way that the game works, is having some form of mobility is just valued. So, like, if you gave I'm not saying that they should, but if for whatever reason Sigma got his float perk as part of base kit, then Sigma should be a lot more viable on a lot more maps. Just based off of that alone. And in that case, then I wouldn't mind having more of a Sigma meta because it wouldn't necessarily mean that he's overtuned. He's just a lot more flexible. Yeah. But yeah, that's kind of my thoughts. That's why I think like Juno metas are relatively okay because she's pretty flexible. She's okay. Juno, I think she's a little bit of a low skill floor or a low skill ceiling rather, but yeah, I think Tracer is a little more flexible than Doomfist though in terms of skills value ceiling. I think Doomfist does reap. Like, the thing with Doomfist isn't just like his outplay around the matchup, so that's definitely true. It's like the macro of the game is unfriendly to ways that he provides value. Like, you're too reliant off of AoE, and you're too reliant off of Matrix. Because you can do without AoE, but that's always an upside. It's like playing Rhine Shield. Like, can Rhine work in Champ? Of course Rhine can work in Champ. But you're too reliant off of people giving you attention, shooting your shield, and playing within shatter range. And so if people just don't do that, a lot of your value goes. And so you just don't have that happen as often. So, but my boy Winston is just the GOAT. Winston is a little specialist like Sigma, but I think the nature of having mobility, even on flat maps, you can technically find an angle that will work fairly frequently. And I think mobility is better than having no mobility. Like, I think a character like Reaper Genji Winston is inherently more flexible than an Orisa. You know, are there some maps that are going to heavily favor the Orisa? Yes, but I prefer the Winston in those matchups than the Orisa in the matchups that are good for Winston. Or maps, sorry. I might be trash, but I win 80% more. Yeah, Doomfist shotgunning is very important. 100%. You're definitely not wrong. Definitely not wrong. But my three favorite heroes to be meta and ranked are Winston, Tracer, Lucio. And I think I would change Lucio in pro meta, but honestly, I don't know that I necessarily would. I don't know. I don't enjoy the only push-pull macro aspect of things, which is why I kind of get bored of speed. But in ranked, I think Winston, Tracer, Lucio being in like the top 5 in terms of win rates for all ranks is just that's always a good sign, I think. Ana too, less so Ana, I think. Less so Ana. Because there are some tanks that are going to inherently struggle versus her. I don't think it's necessarily all her fault. It's definitely like just, I mean, come on, Malga, Roadhog. I mean, what are we doing here? You know what I'm saying? But I understand that like Ana's my personal favorite hero to play. But I would put her like a step below Tracer, Winston, Lucio, I think, in terms of honesty. She's still like more honest than 90% of the heroes, but I understand why people have complaints about her. Brig with them. Brig is, I think, on the same tier with Ana. A step below, but yes. And then a step below them would be like Cass or Reaper, or actually maybe those are 2 steps below. No, not skill saying. Like, I'm just honesty wise, I'm just kind of making it up. I think Genji's on the same tier with Ana, Brig. I think the same tier. Pharah, no, Pharah's too low. Pharah needs to be a little bit lower since her perks, but yeah. What would be the worst support to be meta from a health standpoint? Definitely Moira. Definitely Moira. Moira and Mercy, I think. Moira and Mercy. Very low skill floor, very low skill ceiling on both ends of the equation. And I think when Mercy's OP, the pocket playstyle is like a huge problem. Because that's not just like a low rank thing. Like, that is like really, really, really not fun to play into in a high rank level. Like it's not fun at all. I've played in several Mercy metas. The worst Mercy meta we ever had was back in like it was one of the single-digit seasons in Overwatch 1, the first Mercy rework, I think, when they initially came out with Valk. And it was like, I don't remember what her pick rate was. It was like 95%. Like, I would love to have the statistics from back in those days, because I think in non-mirrored matchups, Mercy probably had like a 70% win rate. Like, she was maybe... That Mercy might have been either the top 2 or 3, maybe even the most broken hero ever. she was stronger than release Malga, for context. She was stronger for release Malga. She had her Valk, so she had instantaneous res, more healing, I think more damage boost, faster mobility. Res was instantaneous, like I said, and Valk would make you move even faster, reset your res cooldown, and then also reduce res to a 10-second cooldown. So you would res, Valk, res, 10 seconds, res, wait again, res. You could get 4 reses in like 25 seconds. And they were instantaneous while moving faster. And she also had more self-healing, more team healing. Yeah. So Mercy was like I said, easily top 2 most pro. Like again, this character was played in pro meta. With her low skill ceiling, she was meta in pro level. You had to play her. You had to play her. Yeah. And when a character that boring is meta in the pros, you can only imagine what it was like in ranked. You would just lose games that you didn't have a Mercy. So I would put up Mercy, maybe release Brigitte. Who would you guys put as like the most OP characters of all time? Malga's up there, but I don't even think Malga would break my top 3 or 4. He's definitely up there. How do they think to put that through? I mean, this was the old Overwatch design team, balance team, bro. No offense, those guys were questionable. Freya, no, not even close. Freya's not even in the top 8 or top 10. I wouldn't even put Freya in the top 10 on release. Ram on release, no. Sigma, they're on release. Sigma would be maybe like top 6 or 7, but no. Bash in that 1 week, yeah. Bash in that 1 week would probably be a good shout, yeah. The one we had the shield and was like invulnerable and damage reduction. Hanzo, okay, yeah. Hanzo initial rework was also insanely broken. Hanzo initial release had tank deletion with storm arrows. His dragon could be damage boosted. Hanzo was actually insane. I would say Hanzo would be in the top 10, most certainly. I don't even think Vendetta was necessarily in the top 5 or 6. Maybe top 10, maybe near the lower end. I'm telling you guys, there were some actually ridiculous heroes on release. And I'm also like thinking like globally, like what were the most broken state of certain characters. I don't think Orisa would break. I think Orisa was very annoying and very strong, but I don't think Orisa has ever been in a state where she... Oh, okay, that's not true. There were brief moments on double shield, but I don't think like in a vacuum she was like as... She might break top 10 maybe. Release Soj is a good shout. Alpha Sojourn for sure. Alpha Sojourn was definitely a top 5. Alpha Sojourn had 250 HP, lower cooldown on slide. You could build rail off of body shots and shooting shield almost instantaneously. So you could build rail basically immediately. Rail had a bigger hitbox, so it was way easier to hit rail. Rail did way more damage, headshot included. I don't remember what it was, but it was probably, I think it was close to a literal 250 one-shot or 200 one-shot. She built her ultimate faster. Disruptor Shot was on a lower cooldown, slowed on base kit, and did 300 DPS instead of 200 DPS. And this was with pre-Season 9 health pools. Pre-Season 9 health pools. 216 headshot. Sojourn, on release, I'm looking at it right now, might have been the most broken hero in Overwatch history in the DPS category, besides like Overwatch 1 beta. Like maybe like original Widowmaker with like the quick scoping, or like maybe Casty was like insanely strong, but I wasn't there for those days. I'm looking through the cast, and I do think that's the case. I think she was the most broken that any DPS was ever. And now, in terms of like the release of the game, I don't know. I know she was really strong, but I don't remember how she was at the release game. I'm talking alpha, which it's kind of cheating because it was basically just content creators and Overwatch League players, but it was like hilarious. Like it was literally just Sojourn and scrims for like the longest time. One shot Ashe, yeah, because you had to have a damage boost for it. Yeah, way faster. Because you have to understand, Sojourn could one-shot without a damage boost and with a slide. And she had infinite fall-off range. Like, she was just better. We did this, right? We did a broken tier list at one point, right? Did we? I don't remember. Ana was also really strong in release, but I wasn't there for that. I wasn't there for Ana, Orisa, or Sombra, I don't think. Moira was also really strong in release. Very strong. Overpowered in Overwatch, a complete history. What was the final tier list?
Yeah.
Seriously, was this tested at all? I think I'd bump Sojourn to the top there, but I guess maybe I kept it there because it was alpha. This seems pretty accurate. This seems pretty accurate. Cassidy, like early in the beta days of Overwatch. Bastion during the Hanzo rework, Sojourn. Yeah, this looks pretty good. I'd agree with myself. Junker Queen, that's another good shot. That's another one that was in the beta, so like not a lot of people really knew it. The strongest peak of Lifeweaver. I wonder if Lifeweaver would crack into very strong now. Not today, but like it's been 2.5 years, I think, since this video was released. I don't think very strong I'd put him. I don't think Lifeweaver's ever been like oppressively strong. I don't know. Because I'm like thinking about them, like every other hero in this list I think has been stronger than Weaver at their peak. He's top a win right now? Yeah, but like balance is so much better. Like you have to compare it to these characters. Every single character in this tier list at some point, like in this list in the bottom here, has been up more strong than Lifeweaver is right now. And at their peak, I think. What made JQ shout at the time? It was a lot more health, and I think the speed boost lasted longer, and the cooldown was lower. It's just like everything about JQ right now was stronger. Like every single aspect of the character was stronger. So much so that it was like basically impossible to take like crazy angles and poke her out. Like her sustain was just too strong. But it's been a long time. I don't remember exactly, Cloud. I remember I had to do something with Fan the Hammer and Fall Off, I think. I don't really remember. Yeah. It was like one of those metas. It was like goats, where it's like the brawl, sustain, and speed or whatever, and mitigation was way too strong, so they just ignored off angles. And then the meta becomes a mirror of off angles. So the off angles only mattered if you were mirroring. Then you had to like, okay, who's got the angle with Soj and Brigitte and Lucio and the Queen? And Pumas were even running Ashe with it. I think Toronto. But like, it was like one of the things where it's like, okay, those guys, if they're not running a mirror, we just ignore off angles and run them down. Even rivals off angles matters. Like that's just the fundamentals of shooters. You can't avoid it. But there are ways that you can cheat angles in bad matchups if you just have enough speed and enough mitigation. Because like Goat's meta was heavily angle pilled in the mirror. The best teams like Shock were insanely good at like controlling different lanes and angles, and like, you know, He Who Shall Not Be Named and Choi and the Zenyatta orbs and Lucio stuff like that. So has Doom ever been more broken than Soj DPS? No. Way more clip farmy, probably. Like every ability could potentially one-shot you, but he was so freaking glass cannon. Like he would just die. He was insanely strong. Like he's definitely belongs in this tier, but no, I think release Alpha Sojourn was just raid boss. I'm honestly like kind of surprised they didn't put her in the top. Like I said, like I'm telling you guys, like you could just you could do anything. Like it was insane what that character could do. Yeah. What is the tier list? If we were just talking about like the peak of the most OP state every character has been, would this have changed since then? Has Reaper been stronger? Sim? Maybe Sim bumps up a tier. Definitely OP, but that's like a very pro meta mindset, so I don't actually know if I do that. You know what? Pharah is probably definitely OP. I think Pharah's bumped up. I think maybe Pharah in her recent state, and then this is before her rework, I think. I think after her rework, maybe definitely OP would be up here for Pharah. I think Pharah would bump up a tier now. I think Ball probably jumps to really broken immediately after he got the major perks, I think, but maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe he stays ripped. Diva probably maybe bumps up a tier. I don't know. Maybe Ball, Diva bump up a tier or at the top of their category. Pharah definitely jumps up to definitely OP. I don't think anything else goes. I think Vendetta goes into broken, really broken. Onron, Domina. Honestly, nothing. Maybe Domina's in very strong. No, Domina's definitely OP. Domina's definitely OP for the 2 days that she got ult charge off of her self-heal. off of herself here. The 2 days that she was on the right. So Domina for 2 days was indefinitely OP. But Onron, I don't even think goes into very strong, to be honest. 2 rank specific. Sierra also not very strong. I put her in nothing special. So Sierra, Onron down here. Mizuki would probably be also down here as well. Jetpack Cat would be probably definitely OP, I think, with the scratch and the initial flight resource. Probably definitely OP. You could just DPS Cat, just do whatever you want. So Cat's here. Domina's here, Onron, Mizuki. Emre's definitely OP, I think. Or maybe very strong. Somewhere in that vicinity. Juno, very strong, I think. Very strong. I don't know, I'd put her in definitely OP. She had really good win rate, but like it wasn't like off the charts win rate to my knowledge. She just didn't, it's hard to know with Juno because she didn't really feel oppressive. Teams were utilizing certain gimmicks with her. But I don't know. To say that the strongest Juno has ever been is the strongest that Symmetra has ever been, or Torbjorn, seems off. Freya, I think definitely OP. I think definitely OP for Freya. What's up, Budicido? Venture, very strong or definitely OP. Borderline. I'm not really sure. Probably very strong. Because like I said, the strongest a Torbjorn has ever been has been like ridiculous at some points in Overwatch 1. Like late after he got his initial rework. Just did so much damage. And Hazard, I think definitely OP. I think definitely OP on launch. I think probably stronger than any of these characters have ever been in a vacuum. Cat is definitely OP. Who am I missing? Wu Yang. Ooh. Pretty strong, man. Pretty freaking strong. Maybe definitely OP. Bottom of definitely OP or top of very strong. I think Wu Yang was slightly stronger than Juno. So it was like he's like that borderline. Spylo, Unk, Eichenwalde, or Blizzard World? I don't know. Yeah, Life Weaver's never been like... I'm not saying that Life Weaver's never been nothing special. Maybe I needed another tier here, like quite strong or relatively meta or something like that, you know? Because I think that's a fair point for Life Weaver. I think like Life Weaver right now is like relatively meta, given his strength. Really strong in Season 15 launch. I don't know if he was as strong as he was at like that one point in Overwatch 1. Like Overwatch, he was literally being played in scrims. Like Torbjorn was like literally being played in scrims. Like has Torb ever been so strong that he was like an unironically non-meme pick on a lot of maps and on Escort and Hybrid and stuff in 2CP? Like, I know that he's played every now and then, but, like, I'm saying, like, a lot of teams are playing him. You know? So. Like, there were literally metas where, like, Reaper was just dominating things, Torb was dominating things, Sim was dominating things, Winston was dominating things. So, I don't know that necessarily... But yeah, anyway. It's kind of a fun... It's more of a memory test, which is, I think that's kind of the trap, but... I generally have... I can remember most times, like, when stuff was broken. Wasn't there Torb some meta with Hazard? Yeah, there was moments where Torb was decent. I don't know that it would necessarily call it a meta, but it was very much like a Torb does well versus Hazard. You know what I'm saying? It was more like Torb. So when I'm talking about Torb being meta, I'm saying that like people were playing Torb because he was good, not because that he'd solved a problem necessarily. Does that make sense? Like that's the challenge. Is like sometimes heroes are just played because they fit the situation well. Sometimes heroes are just played because they're the one dictating the meta. Was Moira ever OP? Yeah. Moira was OP for a while on release. Quite a while. Very, 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 very strong in her AoE sustain. And she did more damage, I think. Some more self-healing. I think every aspect of Moira was stronger. So, I don't think Moira would be, like, wildly OP, but she was definitely, like, quite strong. Okay, let's change stream title and up my Discord. The Fundamentals of DPS featuring Warren. I'm going to pee real fast and then we're going to get cooking here. Does simplicity make it harder to adapt to more complexity, especially in high rank? Just curious. Yes and no. It depends on how you play Moira. If you play DPS Moira or more flanky or angly Moira, then no, I think like that fundamental like carries over quite well. Because it, like you can carry over that like that strategy mindset. But if you're more of like a heal bot in the back Moira, then yeah, you don't really have any transferable skills. Not literally, that's not obviously not true, but less so than probably literally every other hero. Maybe even less so than Mercy. Which is a bit of a hot take because technically Moira does have some mechanical stuff, but I think Mercy requires a little bit more positional knowledge than Moira. So, yeah. All right, be right back. Yeah, I don't know if it's intended or not to, but I think that's like a great condemnation of like how early Overwatch Div 1 development worked. Like even back then, where it's like, I don't mean that this come across too rude. I just don't think they fully understood exactly how the game worked. And you can see this with like how they unintentionally like devolved the game's macro with a lot of hero releases by just releasing supports with just absolutely ridiculous sustain or tanks with absolutely ridiculous mitigation. And then people get frustrated because it's just choke slop and nothing but choke slop. And you can't kill anything. And everything's just burst damage or nothing. But that was how the game was designed for a long time. So Moira was definitely intended to release as a heal bot, heal management resource hero. But that led to, when she was viable, some really unhealthy metas. And more importantly, it just is not even a really good, they shouldn't do a good job with it. Like her resource management was like hilariously easy or simple. It wasn't like, there was still there's always complexity to it, right? Like, for those of you guys that really want an old shout out, Khan, or IBTB, if any of you pro fans, I actually scouted Khan and got basically stepped up his career from his Moira gameplay. Yeah, I mean, like, you have to find that balance between that MOBA-esque trading CDs, that deadlock mindset of like playing it patiently, playing the objective or whatever, versus like the CS, high energy flank, instantaneous burst, controlling lanes, macro thing. And it's like, when Overwatch struggles, it's usually with the former. So, yeah. I mean, you could see it, the attack and defense role, putting freaking Symmetra in the support role when they didn't even have, she lost the shield ability to give teammates shields, and they kept her in the support role. It's just, you could just tell, but that's okay. Like, it's easier. It's also like really easy for us to like go back and be like, oh, those guys are idiots. But it's like, we were all learning too. And obviously a lot of those original heroes remain bangers. So, let's
The objective is now active.
I don't know if I would say DPS Doomfist was unintentional, but I understand what you're saying. It was like, oh, let's go for a combo-oriented character. And characters that have something like that are gonna be okay. What's up, John? Okay, I'm gonna at my Discord and we're gonna get rolling here in a second here. I'll give you guys a full intro about like what we're doing, why we're doing it. YouTube mode or no? 50-50. Probably YouTube mode on the intro, because Warren will want that. And then we'll go from there. But yeah, I mean, Warren's editor can also chop it up, so. Welcome for the 4 people that joined from Discord. Rule 8 has me dead. Wait, I know I gotta check. Wait, which one is it? Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is a toxicity-free server. Do not flame, make fun of people's ranks unless it's mine. Is that the one? Welcome back, man. All light mode. All light mode users will be banned. That's a Lightwaves one. That's one of my buddies. Okay. So let's go YouTube mode real briefly for just like a quick bit of a quick intro. Did he get the number wrong? Bro, I don't know, man. I was just skimming through it. What's up, guys? My name is Spilo. No. My name is Spilo. I'm an Overwatch League. I'm an Overwatch coach. I've coached in the Overwatch League. I've coached, I mean, probably close to 16,000 hours over like the last 8 to 9 years. All ranks and all roles. And today, Warren, or a couple days ago, Warren reached out to me and was like, hey, would you want to be interested in doing this whole DPS coaching process? And I said, sure. And I asked Warren, actually, I'm going to pull up the message here to make sure I'm not misquoting Warren. Where is it? I was like, how deep are you thinking? I mean, I can go crazy, hit scan, and depth review, more personalized focus. And Warren goes, I think something more in depth would be awesome as a grand finale. The cherry on top for a full experience for people looking to play hit scan or damage better. I think a split focus on Ashe plus DPS as a role would be good. And he goes, since Aspen was a lot of, yeah, when I'm on Ashe, I would do. I could literally hear it in my head. Freaking Aspen.
Shake hands with
Break off, dude.
Need a guy who ought to know. I used to laugh and say,
I actually got to get the code. I forgot to get the code here.
3-Finger Joe.
So yeah, we're going to kind of do the fundamentals of damage. Before we even pull up the Warren code, I want to talk about like what is the difference between damage as a role versus any other role. And the answer is it's really, really simple. Like first-person shooters in Overwatch especially is just really a game of pressure and controlling the map. Pressure is just essentially threatening kills or helping somebody else threaten kills. It doesn't necessarily mean leading to kills, although that is the end result, but it's basically the fear of the enemy going, oh no, I might die, and if I die, we lose men, and then we lose the fight. And then that's how you capture the objective, or that's how you push the objective, or whatever the case may be. So what damage does, what tank does, is they apply pressure, and they could do so for longer, for a little bit longer, have a little bit more beef behind them, and they can maintain pressure on that space for longer. So they're a lot bigger and scarier. Supports apply pressure or relieve pressure, but their unique thing is that they have utility, and they can often heal while also doing damage. So they have multiple responsibilities. Damage dealers only have one role, and that's to apply kill pressure. Threat pressure. Doesn't mean get kills. There's a lot of heroes that can threaten kills but have a hard time finishing kills, and maybe they die along the result, or along the way. But damage dealers are basically just supposed to apply pressure. Now, what makes damage heroes unique is that a lot of different damage heroes operate in a lot of different ranges. If you look at the support class, a lot of the support class applies their pressure from range. Not everyone, Lucio, Brigitte are exceptions. If you look at the tank class, a lot of the roles apply pressure up close because it's a very psychological, intimidating role that's meant to get your attention. But with damage, not every hero is meant to get up close. A lot of them can apply pressure from range. So I just pulled out a random replay code that I played here. And this is kind of a good example of it here. So I'm on Leon over here, and you can kind of see that the way that this is being set up. This is a High Masters low GM lobby. And if you look at what the Emre and Ashe are doing, both are controlling what we like to call off angles. And an off angle is simply, where is my team, the majority of my team, can I take a small side split either really far or really short to create a bit of a crossfire? The value of crossfire is just you're denying cover. Now, there are some other little details as well. You have better vision on the map sometimes. Oftentimes, you have better access to squishies, and you don't necessarily have to dump all your damage on the tank if you don't want to. But by far, the number one thing that off angles do, or Crossfire does, is deny cover. And this is something that applies to not just Overwatch, but CSGO, Valorant. This applies to paintball. This applies to real warfare. Crossfire, map control matters. And you can already see what's happening here. So to kind of interpret what's happening on our screen right now, Junker Queen is a short-range tank. She wants to get in aggressive. In addition to that, Onron is a short-range DPS, so she wants to find an angle off to the side to get up close and personal. Now, Onron and Reaper, both kind of similar in the spaces, so if all we do is we look at our screen right now, it's just like a big blob of pain and agony. If you've played Reaper, if you played Genji, this is going to look familiar, and these are the type of angles and positions that you should take. But that's not where Emre wants to play, and that's not necessarily when Ashe wants to play. They don't necessarily want to stack with their team, and they definitely don't want to stack with their team in a small room. This is just chaos, and this is not what your character does well. So what they're going to do is they're going to take a couple steps to the side and try to find a lane or an angle to pressure from that better fits their effective range. So right now, we have a bit of a stalemate. But if you've played in gold or silver or bronze, plat, or even in higher ranks, sometimes you might take an angle like this Ashe, and there's nobody here. Like, let's say Emre doesn't position himself as well and kind of gets his groups up here and just runs in here. From Ashe's perspective, now she could pop her butt here, and she's got free fire on BAP. She's got free fire on Onron. BAP thinks he's safe. He's not safe. Onron thinks she's safe. She's not safe. Mercy walks forward. Junker Queen backs up. Everybody dies. And the same thing goes for Emre. Like, let's say the Ashe was clumping up here. If I take a bit of a crossfire approach, now anytime that Roadhog, Reaper, anybody walks forward, maybe I'm not paying attention on Ana, then I have the ability to deny cover. Because for us, I'm all thinking about this. I'm not thinking about this. So a lot of high-level gameplay, high-level rank games, whether they're scrims or not, are decided by who wins these angle duels, who wins these flank duels, right? So for my Ashe, unfortunately, she doesn't have a good Ana that heals her in time. And so she gets picked off by a grenade and a couple of headshots. But that could have gone the other way, right? And for a DPS player, your job is to look at your character's kit and not ask whether you should take angles or not. The question is where you should take your angle. Because the type of position, like would a Reaper be appropriate here? No. So where would a Reaper play on this map? Where would an angle? Where would a Junkrat play? Where would an Echo? Where would a Pharah find an angle? And when we talk about angles, remember, we're not necessarily talking about hard flanking. We're talking about just slight splits. Like for me here, I prefer if a Junkrat could come in from the side here, right? A Junkrat could shoot from the side here as long as he doesn't peek the Emre. You know, an Echo would have a hard time on a map like this. There's not a lot of verticality, but an Echo can still flank, right? Tracer maybe takes a really deep flank. A Sombra maybe takes a really deep flank. So all of the DPS fundamentals is you want to apply crossfire. So if your team is spread out, choose which one of those teammates you want to play with. It's good to play with a support if you can. Playing with a support is awesome. But if your entire team is grouped up and you're the only one taking the angle here, even though you may not get support, even though you might get focused and have to run and hide and bait and disengage, that's still better to play than playing stack with your team. You apply a lot more threat of crossfire, you have more access to squishies, and you help control the map more. So this is a good way of looking at it. As somebody that's coached, like I said, literal bronze players all the way to Grandmaster, you have to patiently try to find different angles and different lanes to control that complement your character's kit. Snipers find sniper angles, flankers find flanker angles, brawl characters find brawl angles, but it's all done with the intent of trying to spread yourself out just a little bit, but still be within your support sight lanes if that's at all possible. Okay, so let's pull the code here from Warren. We are starting doing it at the moment. We'll be done in a bit. Replay code here. So we got a replay code here. I believe this is Ashe, but Warren, like I said, specifically asked for DPS fundamentals as a whole. So we'll talk about some other. We'll talk about some other heroes on the playlist as well here, like whoever else is in this lobby. And I think this is GM. I mean, it's Warren. It should be GM, right? Warren's a really good player. So, and this is also 66. So this is going to be great too because it actually doesn't change. It actually doesn't change. Now in 66, you're going to have as a damage dealer a higher chance of having to shoot and clear a tank on your angle than just another damage dealer or another support, but the principles are the exact same here. Well, the 66 is the same principle. Like I said, there's just a lot more contesting. So let's take a look here. Look at, why is Warren playing on high ground? Why is high ground good for damage dealers? Everyone always says, go to high ground, go to high ground, go to high ground. But why? Think about it, right? I'm going to ask a lot of rhetorical questions. Obviously, you know, if you want to pause the video and answer them, but I am trying to provoke some thought here. I'm not going to necessarily wait for an answer for all of them. Otherwise, we'd be here all day. But the concept is that essentially, when I'm on high ground, this is an off angle. This is a crossfire. So even if all of my teammates are directly underneath me, I have a different and oftentimes better vision on the battlefield. But high ground is an angle. So if there isn't a high ground position available, you might have to open a lateral angle. So again, it's just geometry, right? You either go like this or you go like this. That's it. So right now, the question is why does Warren drop off of high ground? Because this is correct. He needs to drop off of high ground. This is not going to work. And this is where you have to be a team player. I am telling you guys to take off angles and to split from your teammates. But what I am not asking you to do is to play by yourself. Because right now, if you look at what's happening right now, we are taking the fight here. And based off of the line where we draw in the sand, Warren can play here and contribute to the team fight. Whoopsie daisy. There you go. Warren can contribute here in the team fight. Warren can contribute here. Warren can contribute here. Warren can contribute here. You kind of see what I'm saying? All of those positions can work, but you do not wait for your team to play around you. If your team is fighting there, then you have to adjust your position and take an angle around them. So this is not an angle. Everybody's on this lane. There's anybody surrounds us, we're dead. We have no vision on anything except that Rhine shield, basically. Oh no, Maywall. Another reason why we take angles, right? So the question here is that Warren needs to push up, but without, I'm not going to turn the camera on. Where is the best angle for Ashe here? This isn't terrible, but it's a little compressed, right? This is maybe a better angle for Reaper or Junkrat or Cassidy, right? Given where we're fighting here. It's better than nothing. It's better than where we are right now. By the way, we love that, man. That's kind of what my hair feels like sometimes. But that's not going to do. This is not a good angle for us because we're all clumped here. Now, if my team was on high ground, this might be okay, but they're not. This is also too close. Yeah, I think it's probably around here. Probably around here. It's not the best sight lines here. Maybe if I had pocket, maybe I could play here, but this is a little exposed for my rotation. Ashe isn't quite fast enough to take that deep of a flank, at least right now. So let's see what Warren does. So Warren goes, oh crud. I don't know why we're fighting there. I agree with Warren. I don't like fighting on that choke necessarily. But so Warren is getting to this. Okay, so this is beautiful right here. Okay. This is a mistake. Okay. Now, again, I'm going to be tough on Warren here. But to be clear, Warren is an insane DPS player. But even the insane DPS players make mistakes. You know, we've VOD reviewed little professional players here. So right now, he drops to apply pressure and apply pressure now. And we have a bit of an angle because, you know, our teammates are kind of over here. The reason why Warren drops, though, and this is a common error, is because he made a positional error and he goes, oh no, I need to do something now. And I'm going to kind of call that out as a pretty consistent problem with a lot of players of all roles. If you can rotate to an angle, I'm just going to pick a random number, in like under 3 or 4 seconds, you should do it. You should do it. It might be better to do nothing for 2 or 3 seconds, rotate to here, than to do something now and put yourself in a worse spot for the fight. Because this is pretty nice. It's a little lucky that Juno just kind of fed like that. But see, the problem is that now this position is kind of aged poorly. Do you see this? Now we're all kind of clumped up again. Now my only option is to rotate through a really crappy angle. So that was like best case scenario for immediate results. But now I don't have the ability to hold this high ground anymore. I don't have the ability to flank. I don't even have the ability to go back to this position without using my coach gun afterwards. So I agree with you guys. That top left position was there. The reason we didn't hold it was, number one, because we misread where our team was holding. That happens all the time, not just in bronze. And then I think there was a little too much urgency to take that position away. So I like what Warren's doing now. Taking this position back, we're back. It's a good angle here. Might as well rotate. We can't get poked, or we can't really do anything while we're down in HP. But now we have established a little bit of map control here. A little bit of map control. You see this? Because now, if anybody walks on the point, angle from Malga, angle from Ashe, there's nowhere to hide. Anybody who tries to take the high ground away from Team Blue here, they're going to have to deal with Warren. Now, this is where, as a support, as a DPS player, I'm going to throw a role under the bus. Support players can sometimes struggle with helping you control space, but it doesn't matter. whether you have healing or not, this is the correct play. And this is why passive heal matters. Because you don't necessarily have to have healing. Good. See, this is a long term. Okay, my Ryan died, but we still have space. We still have a way of controlling this fight. Look at that. There's nowhere for them to go. Warren got freaking solo walled. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. If you're a DPS player and you're taking angles in space and the enemy team is throwing cooldowns and resources at you while your team is fighting, you don't like that, but you do like that. You understand? That's what's needed here. That's what's needed. Look at all the attention that Warren is getting, and they didn't even stop him. He's just going to deepen the rotation. So Warren is being a team player right now because Warren is basically being the tank. Warren pulled Roadhog attention. Warren pulled Mei attention and Maywall attention. And so then everyone else was able to capitalize off of that because Warren found the rotation and was able to pop off. Now for Ashe specifically, we're not going to get too down the rabbit hole for Ashe. I like having my Dynamite for my angles. I like to prefer Dynamite on who's fighting me first. So let's put it this way. If I've got Dynamite, I do not Dynamite backline or tank line until I know there's nobody fighting me first. If somebody's coming up to fight me, tank, DPS, or support, the priority is not to lose this angle or to keep them different. So I'm going to use that Dynamite on that lane first. Nobody's here, then I can go for backline. That's it. And by the way, that applies to all cooldowns for all heroes. I'm a Genji here. I don't blow my deflect in front of my tank if I'm actively being flanked by somebody else. Right? If I'm Soldier 76, I don't Helix backline if I've got a Helix to Tracer to keep her off of me. Or I got a Helix to Lucio to keep him off of me. If I'm freaking Juno and I'm taking the angle up here, even a completely different role. If I've got a Torpedo, the Tracer, or the Sombra up in the air to keep myself alive instead of healing my team, that's okay. So bad initial angle from Warren because he misread where the team was holding. Bad initial panic, but he did retake the angle that he needed to play on. When do you take the lane angle? Always. The question is not when, the question is where. Which one do you take? Always. And right, you see, we're kind of misreading again where we're fighting. So our team has kind of told us we want to hold the choke, we want to hold the choke. Again, I think this is not a good decision, but this is what I like to call line positioning, okay? This is not good. If I can draw one line and hit like 4 or 5 members of your team, much less 6, ooh. Not good. Not good. That gives Maywall, that gives Rhine Shield, and that gives cover so much value. It's better for Warren to just not shoot again and rotate to a position like this and then just chill. And by the way, we've been beating on Warren a little bit here, but we wanted to actually make this about DPS as a whole. Where should my Cassidy be playing right now? This is terrible, by the way. Like, he should have just exploded there. He might explode there. Where should my Cassidy be playing? Yeah, exactly. The other side. He should be in here. Or he could be here, peeking around. Your job, your tanks are not there to block damage for you. Your tanks are there to hold angles and lanes for you and be big hunks of meat. So ironically, we had Rhine Shield in front of us and we almost died because we're literally in the meat grinder right now. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Aries, for the sub. This is not the place for Cassidy to be. Cassidy is a frontline damage dealer and the fact that he can take frontline angles. But if you're stacking with the entirety of your team, you're going to get your face kicked in. This would be bad for Reaper, Junkrat, Bastion, Torbjorn. Anybody would be bad here. You do not want to allow the enemy team to turn their brains off and throw crap at you and you die. Frontline casts, right? It's fine to play frontline casts if you're holding the corner very diligent here. Bait the resources, bait the coolest, run away, right? Because then your team can help you. Yeah, my big feedback for Warren here is that I think that he needs to do a better job reading where his team actually wants to fight. That way we don't have to rotate in the middle of the fight. We're just already there. Dynamite. Yeah, he got distracted a little bit by the Dynamite. I would have preferred a little bit of a deeper Dynamite into squishies, but it's okay. It still hits the Roadhog. Oh, by the way, Ashe is really broken from an ultimate standpoint because Bob is one of the fewest ultimates in the game that just creates another angle for your team. Like, one of the default uses for Bob is that you're on an angle and then you put Bob on another angle. It doesn't necessarily have to be backline, prior to think for the sub, but just another angle. So you go from like let's say that like let's go back to this fight here and like let's say that we needed Bob, okay? I think we were probably fine. But well, we didn't have Bob here. We probably would have Bob. So if we're here and we're shooting and we just throw Bob like here, now there's person shooting here, person shooting here, person shooting here, and a person shooting here. There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. There's just nowhere to go at all. And that's what makes Bob really, really strong. A lot of people try to hit people directly with Bob's body, and that's great if you can get it. But if you can get that and get it on a side angle or somewhere split from you, it's funny because either Bob will kill everybody or they'll all run away from Bob and run into you. That's good. Bob is one of the most consistent ultimates in the game if you know how to use it correctly. It's up there with like Kitsune Rush for it's just good. It's always going to do something relatively good. So Warren rotates a little bit away to create a bit of distance from Ryan Roadhog. Obviously, you can shoot those guys, but you don't want to necessarily be in their faces. That's what makes Ashe unique compared to other damage dealers, right? Is that she doesn't necessarily want to be in your face. She can be if she has Dynamite or Bob. Like, you can be a little bit more creative with the angles you take, but yeah. Okay. You see this? Warren is not going to give this up. Warren is going to be respectful and be like, okay, if you pin me, I got to be ready to run away. But this Ryan is now his problem. And this is the big deal. What is my role as a damage dealer? We already told about take an angle and shoot, right? But who should I be focusing? What's my target priority? That's one of the questions that I get all the time in coaching. It's actually a question that doesn't have an easy answer or has the easiest answer in the history of the universe. I guess it depends on which way you want to look at it. The answer is who's fighting you? Who's fighting you? Like right now, who's Warren's target priority? Take a high ground. That's the first target priority. And then, Ryan's on me. This is my target priority. Or Tracer. You see, what happened is when Warren would take the high ground and there was nobody there, then we could just shoot squishies, shoot whatever's available. Don't worry about it, right? But now, if he looks away from Ryan because he has to focus squishies, because that's what Coach said, then he's going to die to Reinhardt. And then that Reinhardt will have that high ground, can drop on a point, maybe look for a shatter. You shoot whoever's threatening you on your position. And if nobody's threatening you, well, then you pop off. But see, right now, Warren is not worried about stats, right? Warren is going, oh my gosh, I'm tanking right now. Everybody's on me. This is pretty silly, but this is actually pretty well done by Team Red here. And so for Warren, it's like, oh man, I have to back off here because this is a 2v1, but at least we know they're there. Even if you have to run away from somebody, that's okay. You didn't die. That's the big thing. Don't be surprised by Soldier. Don't be surprised by Reinhardt. Give them respect. And so look at that. He runs away and he goes back to an angle. This is why he's GM. Right? This is why he's as good as he is. So look at this from Team Red's perspective. They're like, okay, we got rid of the Ashe. Nice job, guys. Okay, now we can just pressure point. Ryan pins off. Soldiers, okay, we're all good. We're all good. We're all good. And Warren's like, nope, I'm right back. And not only is he right back, but he's actually going to launch Bob into probably the perfect position to where now there's nowhere for the enemy team to go. There's an angle here, and now Warren can actually walk out here. Now, the key thing is he needs to know that he's being flanked. And I don't know if he does. It's a good Bob. Yeah, I don't think he knew he was being flanked there. That was an opportunity there. Yeah, that was well played. That was well played. Now he's just going to die in point. The enemy team blew a bunch of ults. What was that? 1, 2, 3, now 4 ults. And this fight was almost winnable here. It was fine. I think he played that one relatively well. That was a very good Bob. That was a very good Bob. So let's kind of look at this from an over-the-head perspective. You don't need to do this in your games. Like, because they're doing a full DPS fundamental analysis, I'm kind of taking my time and going through this. But if you really want to simplify this, all it is really just take an angle. It's good for your character. Pay attention to who's on your angle and hit your shots. It doesn't matter whether you're playing Bastion or Sim or Reaper or Tracer. That's really all it is. The only thing that changes is what type of angles you take. That's it. But if we look at this from like an overhead perspective, because I find this stuff interesting, we just got Amalga Cage canceled. My entire backline got smoked by 1, 2, 3 ults. It's not that deep. But guess what? We still had map control. Look at my Cassidy. Look at my Ashe. Look at my Bob. Look at my Kiriko Lucio even. Right? The enemy team is kind of in a death trap here. So the enemy team is down or up 2. And they still almost lose this fight. They still almost lose this fight. This is what map control means. It's actually pretty well played by the Cassidy as well. Like, look at the little pincer there that Cass and Ashley... Cash and Acid. Okay, we're gonna Cash and Acid. Okay, we're done. It was well played. It was well played. That was well played. That's why you ever like watch like DPS players in like Diamond or Masters, and you're like, bro, these guys are brain dead. They're stupid. Like, why are they? They're just flanking and turning them. It's because sometimes like if you play a little bit like deathmatchy and a little bit like try to be creative and flank around. That's not necessarily bad strategy a lot of times. I mean, it can be done. You have to be smart about it. But I know a lot of brain dead DPS players that just literally just flank, even when it's not even appropriate, or go way too far, and it just works. Because being brain dead and flanking is better than being real smart and sitting directly the entirety of your team. So Spalo's a shiffer? No. All right, let's actually pause here. I've not seen this replay code, to be very clear. Where is the fight going to take place approximately? That's the first thing we have to analyze. So where's my team? Where's the fight going to take place approximately? I'd say probably around here-ish somewhere. Like up here or here, off to the side here. Okay, and then what's the appropriate angle for Ash to take here? It's kind of cheating. He's already looking there, right? You don't want to group up with my team. It does look like a lot of my team is kind of going here. If my team all went here, maybe I'd go here. Okay, so then where's the angle I need to take? I think there's two options here. Both aren't perfect because it's getting a little, it's Streets phase, right? So heroes like Cassidy, May are going to feel a little bit better. But I would say probably top left stairs, kind of peek up here, try to fight who's here, right? Or you can coach gun up top here, wait for your team to turn the corner, and then control a more patient. You can see this one's way, way more conservative. It's not as deep, but has a really nice sight line. And it isn't stacked on top of your team. So anytime anything is blown on cart here. Now, the question here, if you really want to know, Spilo, I want to know the perfect angle here. What's the perfect angle? The answer is usually around old economy. And so we won't go down that rabbit hole today. But for example, if I had Bob, maybe a flank feels a little bit better, a little bit more of a high risk, high reward play. If they have like, let's say like an ultimate that could contest this here, like maybe they have a Tracer and Tracer's got pulse bomb. Maybe I don't want to take an angle here instead. I want to take a longer sight line. But those are kind of the nuances. Another little nuance as well is like if they had, let's say 5 or 6 ults and we had like 1, generally high risk, high reward plays are better to do in that situation. So I'd actually flank here if they had a bunch of ults and we didn't. So really either one works. But if you want to go down the rabbit hole and want to learn and practice like what's the perfect angle to take, if you have multiple options, you just think about old economy. That's a good way to start. Are GMs ult tracking? Not generally. A little bit though. They might a little bit. But yeah, this is good. This is a really nice little split push here from our team. Now, for those of you who know who might have my thoughts on how sometimes support players play, you might have a guess as to what I don't like about this setup here. But I don't mind the tanks clearing out. This is what tanks do. They can get the frick out of here, let my DPS take this position. If Malga went on main, Ash going here is totally fine. There is a misconception sometimes that I think people will say that DPS shouldn't stack. And while that sometimes can be suboptimal, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think sometimes you just have to play the angle that's optimal for you, and I wouldn't worry about it too much. Kiriko Lucy should be holding the same angle. Not if your team is doing stuff like this. No, not if you're doing teams like that. It's better to use your healing resources on people that don't have any. And the problem with everybody stacking here is that yes, we have double healing, double tanking, but then we die to flanks, and we've seen how that's happened a couple times. Good job. Clear the person on your angle first. Warren gets a little bit uncomfortable here and rotates back, but Warren needs to desperately get up. He needs to get up. Yeah, this is not going to work. This is not going to work. So I'm curious if Warren rotated away because he was stacked with his cast and wanted to find a different angle, but you can kind of see why that doesn't work, because it's better to play a bad angle than not to play an angle at all. Now, this is technically still an angle because people are over there, but the problem is that this makes 4 resources on the same lane. In addition to 4 resources on the same lane, which is just too much, too many eggs in one basket. In addition, it's also just not a good position for Ash. This would be a lot better if we could coach gun up the top, right? Then maybe my Rhine dies for a reason. But we went from having too many people, maybe like 3 people on the lane, which is fine. It's okay. To now literally nobody's here. And Cass gets poked out because he doesn't have any help. Malga just gives up entirely. And I mean, what do we think is going to happen? One Mei wall is going to kill everybody, and they're just going to walk down main. And there we go. We lose. Now you look at the enemy team. Was the enemy team controlling angles? Not particularly. Soldier thought about it for a second. But basically think about it this way. If neither team controls off angles, the team that has better frontline presence, for lack of a better term, whether that's Maywall or Rhine or Lucio speed, or even just something like more damage, like a Bastion, will generally win. Or the team that has defender's advantage will generally win. So when neither team takes an angle, the team that has that better frontline presence will win. And right now, when you have a Rhine that got Maywalled with a speed boost from Juno, potentially, you're not going to win that. You're not going to win that. You're not going to win that at all. Having coached under 8 soccer, one of the things that you have to emphasize for them is that having every player on the ball at once is far inferior to covering different spaces, and no matter where the ball is, someone on your team is nearby. It's okay if your angle isn't currently outputting direct pressure if it's forcing enemies to take direct pressure from someone else's angle. Right. That's a lot of words, But you're right. That's it's basically saying immediate dopamine damage healing now gives up opportunities to the enemy team. And when under 8 soccer has to emphasize this, I think GM Overwatch macro should emphasize this as well. Yeah, this is kind of brutal. We don't have a good sightline from Ashe. We don't have a good flank for Ashe. And now it's like, to be honest with you, oh, maybe we can still win this because we have at least we have an angle now. We got surprised by Juno. That's unfortunate. It was a good try. It was a good try. It was a good try. I think we kind of forgot that we had the dynamite perk there for a second there. But Juno's actually kind of scary for an Ashe if she can get on top of your head with the element of surprise, right? It's pretty well played by the Juno. She uses her movement and yeah. Wait, was she BMing? I gotta see this. Okay, no, I thought she was BMing there for a second there. Okay, so now we're just taking the long, sweet walk back. Let's see how we looked from the enemy's perspective here. So we're gonna try to take the 5v6. Look at the soldier setup here. Really, really well done. It's gonna take this long. You see, this is kind of stacked, but if we keep his distance, it's okay. You see this? And then look at the Mei disengage here. Oh, she goes for it. Mei, coincidentally, macro, try to Mei wall up here, or Mei jump up here, so that she can avoid the beat engage, you know? So if we had like Mei up here or Mei up here, you know, we could still get the Mei wall on main and still have the angle. This is okay. I like how the enemy team is split here. Oh my gosh. Big Papa comes in clutch. Mei jump perk is really good. Where should Warren be here? Is Oliver a tough name? I'm not gonna lie with you, dude. No, I think you're definitely Oliver's a poet name. Yeah, exactly. Take the top right. You know, take the top right at least and go from here. See, this is the challenge though. Again, so the question is this is a 2-part question here. So where should Ashe be? Okay, probably take the top right. Take a split. Will take for the sub. The second question is, why is Warren not taking this position right now? We've talked about this before. Because this is very common, even all the way up to the top. He feels like he doesn't have the time nor the support. Exactly. There's that pressure of, oh no, if I do that, I might be exposed. If I do that, it might take too much time. I'll blow a cooldown. But the reality is that kind of what we talked about in first defense, you don't really have a choice. There's this aversion to taking initiative because if you take initiative, you might get punished. Whereas if I'm inactive, at least it wasn't my fault. And I don't think it's necessarily going through Warren's brain right now, but there is a sense of urgency that I need to provide value now. And right now, our value is shooting range shield. And by the time that we take the angle, which is now, there's a chance it might be too late. See, now we're stuck. Now, this is common. When you start taking initiative, you start taking angles, you're going to start taking responsibility, and you're going to start taking attention. So what should your response be in a situation when you're taking a lot of attention? What's your mindset? What's your mindset? What does one do when one tanks as a DPS? What do you do? Take as much attention as possible without dying. That's correct. And in this situation, especially with a Roadhog over here and the Mei over here, you just need to live. Run. Duke and dodge. That's what we like to call an earned death. An earned death. Is Ashe the best in the flank in these situations on the floor? No. I would have liked Warren to go high ground earlier, then we wouldn't have had this situation necessarily. But we took some responsibility. And you know what happened? Look at the freaking clown fiesta that this is. I want you to pause. I'm going to pause this frame. This is why I think overhead can help, because you kind of see the context of how ridiculous this looks. Look at this. Roadhog bails. And look at how ridiculous this is. Now, the Bob placement's not great, unfortunately. But we should win this fight now. We should win this fight now. All of those resources for one drop of blood. And assuming our team doesn't troll... maybe. The payload block Bob, but yeah. Oh man, Cassidy keeps getting stuck on point there. Well, Warren, you gave it a good old college try. Just next time, take it sooner.
Almost 3 years soon he'll have a longer relationship with Spillo than with my GF.
That's right. Spilo will never let you down as long as your wallet remains populated. Okay, now we talked about the difficulties of second point. You may, as a DPS player, start to notice that not only certain matchups are difficult for you once you start taking angles, but you'll actually notice more often than not, at least I do, that certain maps are difficult. Man, I just don't know where to position that. Like, I feel like I would feel so open as Junkrat. I feel so closed as Widowmaker, right? And you're right. You're right. Map win rates oftentimes have more impact even over matchups, right? So we talk about that because it's pertinent here, because now, Sweet Home Alabama. This is an Ashe playground right here. You got your verticality, you've got your sightlines, and you have as many long-range sightlines as you want. And right now, this is where we're going here. Warren has a very unique flicking style. Yeah, we haven't talked about mechanics too often, but we could do a whole video on that. But this is we are dominating presence right now. We can take so much attention and do so much damage without necessarily putting ourselves at a great deal of risk. Our Cassidy just has a death wish, I think. Our Cassidy does not know how to position himself with cover, like, whatsoever. This guy is killing me right here. He actually... Okay, you guys want to see something funny? Look at what saves the Cassidy's life here. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Like, this guy has some serious positional problems. But yeah, Ashe is a commanding presence right now. And you notice that he's not even necessarily having crazy uptime right now. He's hitting a dynamite every now and then. He's pressuring tank. He's not worrying about target priority. He's letting his position dictate the target priority. And because we are indeed taking the fight in this vicinity, this angle is relevant. If my team had pivoted up to here, well, I'd probably want to take this high ground or take this angle instead. But now we're just patient. Now we just chill. And it doesn't matter if we're all on the same target necessarily, as long as that I'm applying pressure at the same time. Because that's how consistency works. Nice use of the perk there. For what it's worth, this isn't an Ashe VOD review, but I do think that that perk is objectively the best perk that Ashe has. It allows you to shoot while shooting dynamite at the same time. The multitask. It doesn't just make the character quote-unquote easier. It actually makes the character a lot better. And there's different ways to use dynamite that you otherwise wouldn't be able to. Yeah, he's also not getting any heals. That's exactly right. He's just using his passive healing and his position working for him. Dynamite's okay. There are certain circumstances where it might be better for the enemy team to make a little bit more of a commitment before you dynamite. I don't think necessarily using it off of cooldown over and over again is optimal, but yeah. Yeah, hold the position. He's kind of LOSing right now because he knows that Mizuki ult will just eat everything that he shoots, so he's just going to kind of chill. You notice that he's not just focused on like proximity. So like if the enemy team starts to poke heavily at him, even from this range, he's like, oop, hide. Dip and dodge. Oop, hide, dip and dodge. Oop, hide, dip and dodge. And then when they forget, he re-peaks. He does not need 100% uptime. Definitely nice. He's just obnoxious. They do not have a solution for this. Look at how passive this soldier's playing. Look at how careful this Juno is playing. Ooh, ooh, ow, ow, ow. Look how look at how many resources he's getting even with his infrequent uptime. Look at this. They just don't have a solution for that right now. And he doesn't need to hit crazy shots. He just needs to be there. I would Bob this, maybe. So where would you guys place Bob? He definitely needs to Bob this. Where would you place Bob right here? So think about, where's my team? Where am I? Where are we not? In the pit. Yeah, just launch in it. Yeah, just run it right over here. Throw it right here. Bam. Nowhere for the enemy team to go. They scatter like ants. Someone's going to get isolated and die. Either going to die to Bob, or going to die to what the Bob forces them to do. Yep. So this is a situation where, yeah, I don't like this, because this is a so much more of a conservative angle. So much more of a conservative angle. So the Ryan kind of screws it up there, but that's a situation where if the enemy team is really good, they can just shield off, back up, and then everybody just focuses down the Bob. But if the Bob's here, there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. So that's a situation where I understand that Warren was a little low there, so you wouldn't really want to peek this for long, but it definitely deserves a peek dynamite, or peek Bob, excuse me, even into the tactical visor, and then just hide, and then decide what you want to do from there. And then also, I was going to say, where should Warren go? And we already knew the answer. That's a safe stall Bob, not a play make Bob, right? I'm actually not a huge fan of stalling Bob on point unless it's your last resort. Unless it's your last resort. I'm not commenting on that right now. That's what every Juno player deserves. What do we think of that death? I don't know. Uh-oh. 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 We meant to go top. So. What do we do? We meant to go top. We screwed it up. What do we do? Don't play here, please. Don't play here. Wide open. Not a good angle. Maybe we could peek through here for a little bit until we get our coach gun. You know? Yeah. We can't play here. You see, it's rough, right? Vision's rough. Take the top. Take the top. Thank you. And then now we play it patiently. Are they all looking at me? Okay. Just play it patiently. Throw your dynamite. Yep. Beautiful. Just patient. Don't drop. Don't drop. Don't drop. Don't. You're fine. You're fine. Don't need 100% uptime. Again, you got solo walled. We love that. So. Expensive death? Maybe. I mean, that's a Mei wall, a Mei ice jump, and Juno pocket all in the same angle. Could we have played it better? Mm-hmm. We sure could have. What could we have done here? What was the mistake here? It's being surprised. This is going to happen, you guys, when you start taking space. When you start taking especially aggressive flanks here that are unsupported, which is definitely not optimal, but it's the only thing that we had, you cannot get surprised. You cannot be surprised. You need to coach gun, run away, and live. Fine. All those resources wasted, maybe we can win the angle over here, win the fight over here. But you cannot be surprised. It's okay to screw up mechanically. It's okay to miss the shots or miss up the disengage, but you cannot be surprised. Yeah. So it's an earned death. The Mei, and this is kind of what DPS might boil down to. The Mei just outplayed Warren. Just outplayed him. Just completely outplayed him. But losing to that is relatively okay. That's fine. Right? Force them to do their homework to beat you. Okay, any questions so far? I don't mind taking any pertinent questions before we move on. No? Okay. Yeah, it is reasonable to get surprised by that, for sure. It is a little bit of a out of left field moment, for sure. Bob on high ground? I mean, if the Bob has good vision, sure. What pizza topping should Warren order after this match is over? Anchovies, depending on how well he plays. If he plays poorly, he gets anchovies. If he plays well, he gets pepperoni. All right, let's take a look. Rotate to high ground. Beautiful. There's our angle. Now. It's fine. We dynamite our angle. Sure. This is a long flank. Now, here's a question, guys. Did we need to take this rotation right away? I don't know. I'm wondering if we could have just held this angle here for longer. So one of the things you're going to notice is that sometimes your angle is like good enough. We can poke out this hog, poke out the Sigma, shoot. Like we didn't necessarily know they were going to do that, but with the power of hindsight, right? But like this is the risk versus reward about which angle should I take. Right? I'm wondering. Because this is really scary without dynamite. Very risky. Now we're going to tank here. Throw your dynamite. Yeah. We're going to tank here. And what I mean by that is we're going to pull a lot of resources. So it's not necessarily a bad play, but this is definitely where Ashe isn't super optimal. That's super isolated. And obviously we just can't be surprised when we get here. Yeah, we were surprised on the lane. We're kind of isolated. We don't have pocket. One of the things that balances Overwatch out is the characters that are fast usually are a little bit more self-sufficient and can take deeper flanks. Characters that are slow and might need a little bit of help are the ones that have powerful guns that don't necessarily need to take deep flanks here. So power of hindsight, yeah. But I really don't think that this was necessary until later on in the fight. Let's just park our butt here on a more conservative, tighter angle, better sightline, and relax. What would be the trigger to keep rotating? Great question. So I'll ask you guys this as Thunder claps. What would have triggered you guys to rotate here? Here's a tip. What should have triggered my Ashe to not hold this position on defense and instead walk forward? Do you guys remember? We criticized at Warren because he wasn't respecting, or not respecting, but wasn't paying attention to where his team was actually taking the fight, taking the rotation. Right now, if you go back to what cues Warren, okay, we'll go back a little bit further here. We haven't really pushed forward yet. We're still walking here. So stay here until there's either nothing to shoot or your team has broken the choke and rotated here. Then we need to follow our team and rotate to a different angle to follow it. We rotated without even knowing where we were fighting. And turns out we're fighting right freaking here. Let me just park my camera here. Right? I'm Ashe. I need a sightline. I may not have the mobility or sustain to take that deep of flank. Maybe if I'm playing Tracer or Reaper, this isn't good enough. Obviously, it's too far. So then I can take the rotation. But Tracer or Reaper wouldn't get stuck here. Tracer or Reaper would get all the way over here. And then they can live and apply pressure from here. But yes, yeah, you're paying attention to what your team is doing and where they're rotating and where they're positioning to decide your angle. So this means that our uptime is really bad and our value is really bad. Hi, Kitty. Don't be scared. Because we didn't pay attention to where our team was taking the fight. So it's actually the same mistake as first fight on defense, just from a different perspective. So first fight, we needed to be more aggressive, walk forward, rotate forward, find an angle forward. This fight, we actually need to be more patient with where our team was. Like right now, we don't even need to leave spawn. That could kill you right there. You don't need to do anything. There are targets to shoot. Now we're clumped here. We need to open up an angle. So you might find yourself doing some really silly things. Flanking here or flanking here until your teammates regroup, right? But you don't necessarily need to be pushing forward here. Yeah, the cats are a little spooked now because of the thunder. Take top right. Take top right. Take top right. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Get off the floor. Take your angle here and play patiently here. That will create enough space for your team. You got it. There you go. Nice shot. You see, there are targets here, so we just keep going. Again, don't rush it. Don't see. You see, we keep rushing the rotation here. There's still a Sigma shield to shoot. There's still a Roadhog to shoot. And then now, that's when I would go for the rotation. And ironically, you could just drop Coach Gun, which would be even easier than what we're doing right now. So ironically, we're rotating too early, and yet we get there too late. At least we did get around the corner, though, so this will work now. Again, target priority is just dictated by position. Huge clutch. And you can kind of see it here. Like, it feels like a lot of these engagements are just kind of carried by Warren's positioning. I don't really know what the SR of this matchup was. I don't know if this is just 66 open queue or what. But Warren is clearly, like, the most heads-up DPS player in this lobby. Maybe up there with the Mei in some situations. Just because of how he's positioning himself. Even this is kind of corny. But, like, maybe he doesn't want to take this angle. Maybe he wants to find something that will work on the flank. I mean, this is not a very good Ashe angle, but it can work. This is fine. Maybe he's doing it because we have Bob. That can definitely help you in small spaces. So, almost a solo wall. Double wall, okay? Uh-oh. And now we know why maybe this angle isn't super optimal for Ashe. I probably would have waited for my team and then to turn the choke. And then my Malga starts fighting, and then I Coach Gun top. And then what would I do with Bob? Well, where would you guys press Bob here? Right? I mean, anywhere. Like, you could throw it here. It's just GG's. Yeah, so. I appreciate the angle. It was an expensive death, yes, yet again. But I would have preferred something that wouldn't have involved you being in a small space. Certainly versus these characters. And certainly in 66, too. There's just inherently less free laning in 66. Because... Oh, that's unfortunate with the Mizuki ult. But I think we're still going to be okay. Oh, no, we actually landed in the Mizuki ult. Okay, that's okay. But with 66, you're going to run into tanks more often, and you don't want to be meeting tanks face on. Wow, they actually hit him. We still have space. I mean, we're down one here, I think. I think this is a 5v4, but we still have space here. So if we get healed and we go back up top, we should go back up top right now. Yeah. We win from angle control. We won our 1v1. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Don't be surprised! Mama. No, don't ego that run. Don't ego that run. She wins in that close space. You just did your job by distracting her. It's fine. Go back up top. They have space with W, yeah. Yeah, this is perfect. This is perfect. I mean, this is a great example of being at a disadvantage. It feels like in terms of old economy, but like look at the space control we have here. Cassie's keeping pressure here. Ryan died on cart, but Ryan died honestly. And then Warren is just completely uncontested at this range. We'll talk a little... Okay, the aim is pretty filthy. One little thing that Warren might benefit from, though. So I want you guys to look at these shots. So that's a ridiculous shot. I want you guys to notice something here. This is definitely more of a mechanical, like, it's more of a niche thing. So we won't go down the rabbit hole. But what's wrong with the mechanics here? Can you guys spot it? That's just a replay code bug. Don't worry about that. Do you see that habit? So Warren has a consistent habit of pulling his crosshair to the right of the target and then basically realigning it. His crosshair placement is really good. So he's always making just flat flicks, right? But he's purposely pulling his crosshair away from the target and then realigning it. The difference between tracking and flicking is basically zero. The only major significance is that flicking or instances of burst fire puts a little bit more brain effort off of those instances of predicting enemy movement, okay? The key thing to watch out for in your own aim is to make sure that you're not flicking off of target or that you're not tracking the target before you shoot. If you watch really high-level aimers, the best and most consistent way to aim is to track and then that little extra burst of prediction right before you flick. The smaller the flick, the more accurate the flick, the more likely you're going to track. So the problem that Warren has is he flicks his crosshair away for no reason. So here, watch this, shoot, and then you see that pulls away. That makes the next shot a lot further and a lot more likely to be inaccurate. I mean, just think about it from a realistic perspective. If you were shooting a bow and arrow and pulled your crosshair away, or pulled your bow, you're basically leaving it more up to chance. Whereas if you follow the moving target and make a quick adjustment, follow the moving target, quick adjustment or quick prediction, that's the easiest way to aim. Why do some hit skins have that habit? Hard to say. I think a lot of it can be due to there were some old aim trainers that would have you reset your crosshair before every shot. That can be a bit of a bad habit. It's really hard to say. I think the whole concept of like flicking versus tracking implies that you shouldn't track. And so people kind of get in this mindset of having this very rigid crosshair control that basically forces you to move away from the target. It's hard to know. So track reasonably close, then a quick micro adjustment to hit the shot, right? Because here's the reality. Even with hit scan, even with zero latency, every hit scan shot is a projectile in terms of predicting where the enemy goes, because there's still that brain latency between your brain and your hand. So there's still a prediction of where they're going to move in that 10th of a second. So, but one thing that he does really well is he has the raw mechanics to back it up despite the habit. And crucially, his crosshair placement's really good. So he's pretty good at keeping his crosshair. You see that? It's only one motion. He's not having to do 3 dimensions of movement. So, but yeah, there's definitely a reset crosshair to the right habit. But that takes a long time to fix. Basically, the concept is that no matter what rank you are, doesn't matter if you're aiming to be the best aim player in the history of the universe. The easier the shot, the better. And high rank players. I mean, Warren is a really high rank player, but being a pro player, it's basically the concept is you want to make your shots as easy as you possibly can. As easy as you possibly can. Where should Warren be right now? Tricky, right? So we're kind of in transition right now. But I'm wondering if we should go here. That might feel too exposed. Maybe we could take this angle here or start here. Shoot. Wait for our team to walk forward. Follow that motion forward to then take high ground, depending on what happens. Yeah, so this is a moment when we don't actually have a high ground angle. Maybe we just need to play on the floor here, but at least open up a side angle and go from here. Yeah, you see, he's following it because of the May wall, but he should have already moved that way initially. This is fine. Patience. We could throw Bob here, actually. We could throw Bob. And you're going to blind throw Bob based off of audio cues, probably like right here. Could be good. Maybe not now that we're down 2, but we're down 1, but yeah. One other little mechanic detail I'll point out, because it's a good one. I want you guys to notice this before we move on. Watch his movement reading here. So he knows the soldier's looking at him, so that's his target priority. So I don't want to die to soldier. So you can still see the crosshair problem, right? That was interesting, wasn't it? So he used his A key, his left strafe, to aim for him, and literally just timed the shot off of the movement. And this is a very important skill at high-level Overwatch, where a lot of aiming in higher level is, once you've mastered or gotten very good at crosshair control, a lot of it is movement prediction. So strafing into him is definitely a bit of a console habit, I would believe. But even in PC here, the concept of letting the enemy team kind of move into your crosshair if they are repeatedly... Now, I'm not saying that you should never move your... You need to move your hand, obviously. But I think this kind of emphasizes my point that a lot of aim is paying very close attention to how the enemy team is strafing and moving and practicing reading that movement pattern. So, yes, of course. So this is still the habit of like aiming too far to the right here. But a lot of high-level aiming is knowing how to move your crosshair because you start to realize where they're going to go. Yeah. If you've ever watched one of my favorite aim videos, I think Capitology did a good job on it, was discussing how Lip does an amazing job of he'll peek in a really aggressive angle and he'll take like a shot or whatever. And the enemy team turns and everybody's response and champion even when they see a Widow on that flank or anything on that flank is to move, oh no, towards cover. And that just makes their movement so predictable. So it's like the boo. All right, let's see how they act. Okay, they're going that way. Bam. So he lets them decide where he's going to shoot. You know? Movement is very important. And mostly reading enemy movement. So paying attention to that movement. Yeah, Bob's fine. Now that we got the soldier. Oh, we really need to not do that. We had such an advantage. We just had one cooldown that we had to avoid. Lip takes a shot for every angle he takes. Noted. Frick off. Oh, that was a good Bob. That was a really good Bob if we're patient there. Because that Roadhog 100% dies because he's completely isolated. That's tragic. We used our... Okay, so this is... Okay, so we haven't talked about this one as much. Remember what we talked about? Where do you use your cooldowns? Who's here first? Now, you might be like, super nitpicky, right? Like, Juno's not that much of a threat. I don't care. We didn't know she was there. We didn't know she was there. So now our opportunity to kill that Juno is out the window, even though we hit a decent dynamite on that front line. We hit that dynamite here. So basically my feedback here is I put the emphasis on take your position first or take your angle first, not a hard flank necessarily, and then decide what you want to do with your CDs, not just with Ashe. I don't think Juana knew what he was signing up for here. How long have we been here? For like an hour already? Map control matters, man. Look at this. They have not dealt with him, so he's still here. He should have dynamited sooner, if anything. But even though they're down like 3 there, they almost won that one. Yeah, hindsight there for sure, Victor, but the principle applies. If nobody's there, then we can be free to backline dynamite. Patience to shoot the Roadhog. Move right, because that's where we want to go eventually. Yep. And then now peek for the dynamite. Use the perk. Beautiful. Nobody's here, so this is free. And then now this should be a fight win right here, assuming that not a million people die. I'm just looking at the space that we have, and I'm like, it's over. They don't have the solution for it. Yeah, you can just smell it. You can smell it. It's like reading the chessboard. You get to a certain board state, and you're just like, yeah, it's over. It's over. Yeah, that's good. And there's a crucial lesson to learn there. I think this is a good way to end it off. It's like, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like, sometimes people get in this mindset when they're playing damage. It's like, that flank doesn't work, that flank doesn't work. And it might be that, like, the enemy team had ults, or you messed up the duel, you screwed up. If you look at a situation like, I feel like this angle should be good, like with where my team is fighting, and you do it until you do it correctly. Sometimes that is not the definition of insanity. Sometimes that's the definition of execution. Where the point was, can Warren do the correct thing until he gets it right? And he got it right. I think he played it pretty well in the other fights too, most of the time. You know, we got hog hooked, we wasted our dynamite without looking first, and then ultimately the enemy team had a bunch of ults. And it is a team game too, right? Like you can make relatively good plays, at least according to your skill level, and be unable to carry fights, especially in 6v6, but also in 5v5 too. So the big thing there is just if you feel in your heart that it was, I need to execute on that angle better, but the idea was good, then do it again. Do it again. And especially with certain characters that may not have as many options, it really does come down to execution. It doesn't just necessarily come down to finding a different angle every single fight. And I think one of the biggest traps that new players can get into when they're playing DPS is either A, never taking an angle at all, or B, thinking that the only value of the angle is the element of surprise and getting picks. I mean, how many fights did we have with Warren on an angle and everybody on the enemy team knew he was there? And that's just how they won the fight. The presence and the threat of that position, right? As long as he can play it patiently and cautiously. So it, again, when we said the threat of pressure, not just the pressure itself. Either Warren's killing 6 or everyone's obsessed with Warren and his team is winning the fight as a result. So some really good stuff from Warren there positionally. Some really nice shots, pretty decent cooldown usage. Feedback from Warren would be basically try to pay a little bit more attention to where your team is taking fights. I think Warren kind of gets in this habit a little bit. And you see this from a lot of high-level players where they just kind of memorize the set positions that they always take on the map without really thinking, wait, where's my team actually fighting here? Like, seriously, like, where are we actually fighting here? And then being willing to adjust. Like, you saw that in the first point especially. Warren kind of went through the motions of, I always take this flank, or I always take this high ground. And, like, that just wasn't where his team was holding. And this is why it can be even challenging as, like, a lower rank player, because sometimes you'll watch high rank players and like, dude, my team never holds there, right? So think contextually, given where we're holding, where should I take the angle? I think Warren would benefit from that. Maybe a little bit more patience with the dynamite usage in terms of, is there anybody fighting me? Is there anything I need to be aware of before I just throw dynamite and backline? And then beyond that, I think Bobs were mostly fine. Maybe the flicking habit, but that one takes a long time to train. And the way that you would train that is you would go into either deathmatch or ranked. It literally ranked itself. Heck, even certain aim trainers. And you focus on tracking, adjustment, tracking, adjustment, tracking, adjustment. Don't allow yourself to kind of reset and pull your crosshair to the side. But those mechanical habits take forever to train, forever to break. So that one is something you just have to be patient with for a long time. If you take an angle and your team follows you and overstuffs it, should you always rotate away? Usually, yes. But so, for example, like let's say, I don't know, we rotate here and our team all rotates here. Well, with Ash, you couldn't really deepen into the small room. That feels really bad for Ash. But you could double back and play main, because now main is an angle. Or you could deepen with Coach Gun to top. So if you ever are playing a DPS and your team all rotates on top of you, you can either double back a little bit, kind of guard their backline, or you can keep rotating deeper depending. Like if I was playing Reaper here, maybe I could just deepen, right? Maybe if I'm playing Genji here, I can take the high ground. If I'm playing Widow, I can double back and play the longer sideline, right? So same thing, yeah, same thing in every hero. There's no hero that is an exception to this rule whatsoever. Yeah, the key thing is that like that tracking and then that brief micro adjustment where you predict where they're going to be. Because if you only track, you're only tracking where they are at that moment, not where they will be when you press the button. It's that extra little burst of focus. That's the real big difference. This might be metagaming, but do you think he also gets focused more because people want to kill the streamer? Could be, yeah. I think anytime, like, I think you kind of, this is a good example here. I don't know, again, what level this is right now, but if you could watch, like, there was, like, a distinct lack of taking angles, and Warren would just basically solo win fights because he was sometimes the only one taking the proper angle. And I don't think that's necessarily killed the streamer. I think that's just you're taking responsibility for space when your team is not. Part of it was because he's running Malg or Ryan. We didn't have a Diva. We didn't have a Tracer. The enemy team also was very frontline brute force focused. But there was a clear positional diff here. Like, as much criticism I have for Warren's positioning, I think he positioned better than almost everybody else in the entire lobby. And that obviously led to good results. So if you do take angles and bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and nobody knows your name, right? Or you got streamer mode on, they're going to put intent on you. They're going to put focus on you. And you will win fights off of that if you're ready for that. So does position determine my target focus? Yes. Or do the enemy determine my angle? Does the angle become my position? Those words, you lost me there. So just be aware that when you do take these slight angles, you might receive more attention than normal. Because you're not the only character in the enemy stream, but your tank is going to love you because they're going to be like, hey, they're actually looking at somebody other than the front line for once. So, okay, any questions here before we wrap this up? I said before we wrap this up, but I just realized for some reason I thought the enemy team didn't cap. So maybe we get a couple of fights additionally here. I'm just curious. Well, maybe we'll skim through these. Of course, Zephyr. Let's see here. Let's do a quick blitz run. Oh, see, the enemy team's getting smarter. Look at these setups. Look at this setup. This is already better. Now, I'm not surprised to see both the support stacked in the same angle because, you know. But, hey, look at that. Already ice block forest. Don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die. May beat you on the sustain. That's a little bit of greed there, but I guess he was 172, so technically can't be one-tapped. Yeah, he won the lane. He won the lane. So now that means that his tanks can rotate safely, and he can hold this high ground for safely. So he won his duel, made it the right thing for not dying, made disengages and can try again. Do you guys remember when Warren got cleared by the Rhine soldier? What did Warren do? He ran away and tried to refight for it cautiously. That's what Mei needs to do right now. So if I'm coaching Mei here, it's like you actually probably should drop and then go right back up top, wait 3, 2, 1, and then peek again and see if you can catch a tank with a wall or something like that. Yeah, see the soldiers 3 taking it. This is fine. This is just where you just have to be patient as a character, and yeah, we need to be patient. I would probably peek out at this door because it's a bit of a better sightline. But yeah, you see, we're kind of going through the automation of rotate to angle, but it's like, well, hang on a second, like look at where you are. Where you are is fine. Be patient. Be patient. Go up top. Go up top. Go up top. Go up top. Come on. We're taxing our Kiriko. This is kind of an angle, right? You see, this is an angle now. Main's an angle because my team got out of the choke. This is okay. I actually don't mind this. See? Personal Mei wall. We love having a personal Mei wall. That's a big compliment. Now, honestly, there's an argument here that Warren should just kind of chill here. But yeah, that's a nice kill. And then from here, we have the luxury of actually getting into a high ground, potentially, which will feel a lot better. Nice shots. See, again, this is really compressed, but we're still technically on an angle. I mean, our team's pushing here. This is isolating this position here. My only thing is that I really think that Warren would just do better off. Oh gosh, I keep losing myself here. There we go. Just do better being here. Just do better being here. This is just not. It's just a little too much urgency here. That's just not necessary. Even though you're up 1 or 2, the only way you lose this is if you feed. Yeah. Okay. Are angles more important on support or damage? I mean. Yes, I don't think it's both, right? Both. Because if you're playing certain angles of support, you're often safer and in a better position to support your team at the same time while also contributing and controlling map control, but both. Should tanks be clearing that soldier? Depends on the tank. There is, when it comes to creating space, no role has a monopoly on that responsibility. Tanks are better at clearing certain angles, especially angles that they can get close to quickly and easily. Certain DPS are better at clearing angles, usually positions where there's a bit of a distance, because on average, as we said earlier, damage dealers have wide, longer, bigger guns, and tanks can get up. So in close, compressed space, like certain chokes, tanks can help a lot. Wider open sight lines, DPS space control actually matters more. How do I know if my angle is good? Should I be using a compass? No, a protractor. A protractor. I know takeaways don't get surprised. Yes, John. Yeah, see, September knows. September knows. It's a protractor, not a compass. Yeah. Fun fact, I drew blood in elementary school with a freaking compass. Those things were razor sharp. It poked right through my backpack and stabbed me in the back. It was not fun. Can playing too patient be a weakness? No, I don't think so. No, a lot of 5v5 and 66 is about taking good angles, taking aggressive positions, I guess, angles, and then being very patient. You guys saw that with Warren. My criticisms of the Warren were often that he was not being patient enough. He'd take an aggressive angle and just needed to settle. Just get that position, settle. Math jokes, bro. Not fun indeed. Okay, any other questions? You guys got some good ones here. Do nothing theory. Yep. You have a very valuable position. Me and Egoist Cat used to call it. We coined it. He coined it, and we brainstormed it. Passive advantage. Passive advantage is what we call it. That's something that I've been teaching for a long time, since 2021, I think, 2022, where your map control, your angle control, creates your advantage. You don't even necessarily need to be exploded because you just deny cover. Like there's nowhere for the enemy team to go. So you're just automatically forcing more cooldowns. A lot of like advanced macro is just like common sense. Like if you really think about it, like there's a lot of fancy words, but it just means like when you on high ground or on flank and not feeding, enemy team real scared of you because nowhere to hide. And you kill them and then they panic and overcompensate. Then your team win. And if you go flank and enemy team flank you same time, you know let enemy flank kill backline because you see threat and not surprise. You know, I mean, it just again, you can like this is stuff that like you play freaking laser tag with your friends. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the same crap. Exactly, Waloop. I think also a good highlight that something is well solved is when it kind of boils down to something simple. But yeah, it's the same thing with like it's a lot. Like chess is like this. A lot of sports are like this. Soccer, European football, American football, very much map control, angle control, jiu-jitsu, controlling space versus immediate dopamine, immediate like that's a hard cycle to break. So basketball, 100% basketball, big angle control. With a short-range support like Brigitte, how does one adapt to a long-range DPS space control? How do you get value when it's too hard to close the gap? You flank. You flank. Some of you guys are watching that obnoxious Lijiang Tower game with that GM5 Brigitte. What was the Brigitte's name? Frick, I don't remember. The map was very unfriendly for Brig, so she just flanked. And just hid and baited attention and ran away. Obnoxious, but effective if the map isn't good for Brigitte. If there's nobody to deny, then yeah, that's what you do. But yeah, it's challenging. It can be challenging, especially until you get that major perk with the speed. It can be very challenging. And that's what I said about map control. Like certain maps just are unfriendly for the type of space that you want to control. You ever played like Junkrat and Havana? It can be a nightmare. It's like you basically have to hide in the enemy team's backline or flank or something. Like there just isn't there's anywhere to go, right? But yeah. You would love MOBAs. Who is the best aim in Overwatch in your opinion? Oh, I mean, it depends on like, to me, I'd say the best aim in terms of the most consistent mechanics on multiple different heroes. I think Proper is like, I mean, Proper or Lip historically has consistently had the highest consistently high good mechanics on more heroes. Proper gets bonus points for his hero flexibility. He has good aim on like a million different heroes with a million different projectile speeds. And then, you know, Lip has just been a relevant hit scan freak for 7 years, maybe longer. But that's a really subjective question. So I'm honestly not too sure. It's a hard one to. Were you impressed with Warren's performance? Was it just about what you expected? I was about what I expected. I mean, he's a high-level player. He's a high-level DPS player. So he's going to do most of the things that we were expecting. I don't know what his current rank is, but yeah, I mean, I wasn't surprised by any means, no. I mean, I also saw a little bit of what he did with the Hottie tournament. I think he and Sunshine Bread were like consistently the best DPS duo at controlling space, which is really impressive because, I mean, Yeatle was also really good. But like they're playing versus players that I think are just better. Like PGE's a freak, you know, like he's an actual pro player, or certainly he's you know. So the fact that they were keeping like toe to toe in terms of map control and space control, like allowed a lot of the magic from like 6 and stuff to work. I don't know if he plays Kovacs. No, I don't know. But yeah, Warren's a good player. Warren's a great player. And no, it wasn't a surprise to see that. Okay, I guess that's it. Warren just flicks because he has swag? Yeah. I mean, we all do that. You guys have seen me with my sleep darts. Those last second adjustments, I often way overcompensate with that. Like I get screwy with it. Are you saying nice things about him so my part of the video is longer? Yes. Now actually, I think Warren's gonna have to chop it up. I don't think Warren wants the video to be 4 hours long. You know what I'm saying? Map tier quick play. Ooh. I feel like we should knock out a couple more maps. I think, Jacob. What do you think? Chat, do you guys want quick play or map? Continuing the map tier list. Maybe we could do a couple more King of the Hill maps. Let me stretch my legs for a second. Maps? Okay. Yeah, let's do a couple maps. Okay, we'll do a couple maps. Who else is reviewing him? I think... I think Aspen, Apply, OC, I think? I'm not sure. For some reason, Tree was in my brain, but it doesn't actually look like Tree is there, so maybe I was like, I'm gaslighting myself. Yeah, Warren requested this. Warren's doing a content piece for this, so yeah, this isn't for me. How many more Koth maps do we have left? I don't know. Okay. Tree also, you think? Okay, so maybe I'm not crazy. Why did I think Tree then? Did he say Tree? Am I stupid? How does it apply? Oh, so far I got Aspen, Apply, and Tree locked in. Yeah, okay, so he did say Tree. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I'm not crazy. Tree talked about it in his stream. Yeah, Tree's a freak. Tree is insane. Tree will be a really good to get his take. Tree's got the modern proper, the NA, the Western proper gene. Super flexible, insane mechanics. Yeah, we have 3 more Koth maps. We can do the Koth maps real fast. No, this isn't a random review. Does Punish get on it? Yeah. Hi, Kitty. I don't want to squash you with my chair. She's hiding from the thunder. Maps? Yeah, let me update the stream title really fast. Map tier list continued. Koth time. Also, shout out YouTube, boys. Because we haven't had to turn off stream. You know, that's the strategy. Have a miserable experience with a piece of technology so you never take it for granted again. I need to update the headline as well, and then we'll keep going here. We're doing pretty good. This might not take as long as I think. Map tier list. I'm not going to give the disclaimer. You guys know the routine. Most of you guys know. We're ranking maps based off of their flexibility of compositions, personal preference, not visuals. You know, the how consistently they follow the 3-lane theory, you know, of like having 3 different approaches, main, left, right. I actually closed on Overwatch, but I need to relaunch Overwatch because we've been a little more thorough because we've talked about aspects of the map that I don't like. Freaking disclaimer. I have so many commands that I just completely forgot about. All right, let's pull this up. Dude, I'm going to complete another battle tag, I say. I might complete another battle pass. So I'll open my loot boxes so the dopamine addicts can be happy. And then I will pull up the tier list. I'll go from there. Base, lobster. Dude, I should get microneedling again just for the memes. I really should. I probably need to get it anyway, but I should definitely get microneedling for the memes. That was a fun week, man. Like, unironically, that was freaking hilarious. So maybe we need to do that again. Okay, Nepal. Does Fawn have his own Twitch or YouTube? Not that I know of, no. I mean, he technically does, but not, he doesn't, there's nothing on it. It's trash, guys. It's the worst. It might be the worst King of the Hill. It's garbage. I don't know if I'd put it F tier, but this map is dog tier. Dog tier. Now, this is heavily ranked bias, but it's not heavily ranked bias versus like low ranks or high ranks. It's all ranks bias. All rank bias. And let me kind of explain why. I think this map breaks the 3-lane theory frequently. Does a terrible job of executing the ability to retake space consistently, and comes with the added downside of being a King of the Hill map that has inherent disadvantages as a game mode. My blind? Okay, there you go. And I won't go into the detail there. That we talked about that on Tuesday, but the TLDR is that like you're on a timer. It's basically a map that has like hybrid or escort level choke design with the fact that you're on a timer to do it. So yeah, Shrine, this is by far the best of the Nepal points. Like, it's a head and shoulders above the rest because the chokes are still pretty brutal here. I think like how unreliable it is to retake space from this side is my biggest nitpick. Like, it feels so naked, so exposed from both sides of the equation. I probably would do something a little bit with that. And then maybe you could argue that the rotation to high ground feels just ridiculously long. Like, having a staircase that starts, instead of back here, but starts here, I feel like would attract a lot more attention and probably make the whole map feel a lot better. And again, it feels like another one of those things where it's like, a lot of map space just feels kind of lost because they don't realize how powerful holding this choke is. So they put all these like little details that just nobody ever freaking uses. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even know why this exists, but we're not going to worry about it too much. The big thing here is the choke is still quite strong, and the angles to approach it from aren't the best. Like, they are still technically there, but they're just not the best. So like I said, something that can utilize this side of the map better, something that can access this high ground from a slightly more forward position. Again, attracting DPS supports and tanks, different ways of retaking the map. I think point's okay. I think maybe the best aspect of this map is what's on my screen right now. This little pagoda is like really nice. The little elephant shrine's okay. Like, there's a lot of little different, the sightlines are decent, but they're not like, there's enough cover and enough opportunities to kind of move around comfortably. So I think it's all right. And then honestly, the point choke isn't too bad because, I mean, it's kind of bad, but it's not as bad as some of the other chokes because there is some space to move around and retake from different positions. It's okay. It's okay. I would give this one like a B. It's okay. It's not a bad point. The problem is that it's basically married to 2 F tier points, almost, essentially. It's just awful. It's just awful. Oh, wait. We're gonna gamble. And yeah, see, that last one is also not perfect either because it still is very naked and it still is pretty choke oriented. So even on its best point, I still have criticisms. Okay, come on now. Jacob's already counting. Nice. This is a disaster. Again, this is not aesthetics. I kind of think the aesthetics are cool. It's a disaster. It does not follow the 3-lane theory very well. This does not count as a lane. This is wide open. Point doesn't count as a lane if there's no way to traverse and take space on the map without getting your face melted off. This angle is unbelievably hostile to 90% of heroes, and then the heroes that you can take the space with still feels ridiculously naked and exposed if you get caught with your pants on here. It's really, dude, even tracers get freaking scared taking this flank. Even tracers get freaking scared taking this flank. And don't even get me started about this train wreck. Like, again, wide open sideline and a coast side that just doesn't matter for the back. Like, basically, your adaptation with this map is realizing that if I can run a hero that has flight or some sort of mobility to take coast side, then I kind of have more positioning options. It's just wide freaking open. Just wide open. And every single lane feels complete linear tunnel slop. It's awful. And the worst part of this map isn't even what's on our screen. You guys know where I'm going with this. Good luck retaking this fricker. Good luck. Your options? Let's hard flank all the way away from my team. I can't even see my team here because of these stupid walls. All the way around, risk boop threat for looking uphill and praying that I don't get one shot here. And you thought that was bad? It gets worse. Worst, I say. It gets worse. Let's just take an hour-long trip into misery and pain train. It's just terrible, man. It's so easy to mark and get killed for trying to take any sort of space. And if you walk here, you're getting pincered from both sides. This choke is oppressive to hold. This choke is oppressive to hold. This choke is oppressive to hold. And if the Indian team is feeling really generous, this choke is also oppressive to hold. It's just terrible. It's just awful. It's so actively, unbelievably hostile to certain heroes. And the worst part about it is because it has wide open sightlines, it could feel hostile for even the characters that are good on this map. Lucios, Genjis, Divas, Tracers. Because if for whatever reason, you're the poke heroes and you win this point, it's actually really easy to keep holding space here. So it's like a total RNG. If you win the first fight as a poke comp, you have a pretty good chance to full hold. If you lose the first fight as a poke comp, you're guaranteed fricked. Almost impossible to retake. Nobody can decide if this is a good Widow map or not, or a good Ashe map or not, because it's or good Zen map or not. It's terrible. And even running Lucio comps, like let's just say it's like a typical Diva Lucio high rank, even then it's difficult to retake. Very, 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 very difficult to retake. It's a disaster. Like you said, you're basically hoping the enemy team makes an egregious error, like the tank gets hooked in through here, or somebody just randomly dies in the flank and doesn't actually punish it. It's terrible. It's a Junkrat map. Yeah, unironically, Junkrat can kind of take this flank and get away with it on retaking, but yeah, it's just awful. And then you have like in the environmental aspects, which are fine if it weren't for the fact that the environmental aspects make attacking this map even more risky. It's not like a fun little nuance like Ilios where it can theoretically hurt both attackers and defenders. It just feels like there's just no way to approach it. Just an awful map. Awful map. All right, gamble time. Oh, frick. Jacob's going again. Oh, come on. Remember, our record was like, it was either 16 or 18. Not on stream. I didn't do it on stream. My record on stream, I think it was 10. I think we did 10 on stream the other day. Which is still pretty low chances, but I guess you do it enough, it happens. Okay, here we go. Didn't take too long. Good old Village. Yeah, this map is equally bad. Equally bad. And this one is also... This one also doesn't scale well. Okay, let me explain to you what happens in this map, okay? This map... I almost like... I don't know if this is actually true. Oh my gosh, this is so beautiful, man. This is so freaking beautiful. Holy crap. That's Shrine. That's Village. And Sanctum is... Where's Sanctum? I feel like I should know this. That's another really cool detail. But oh, Sanctum's at the top. Dude, isn't that just freaking amazing? I'm sorry, I know we're trashing on these maps, but like, holy crap, that's sick. Look at that. That's just the coolest thing I think I've ever seen in my life. And look at the green. Oh my days. Overwatch is amazing. So yeah, let's just take a quick second and then go back to hating on this garbage tier map because this map is decided by what you pick in the spawn room. Have a Symmetra teleport or a speed boost or a brawl tank, then you're going to go flying out of here. The enemy team is going to stick their ugly faces out of here, and their faces are going to be melted off because everyone rotates high ground and everybody dies because it's a terrible choke and you get there faster. You just automatically win. Automatically win. It's over, man. It's so bad that the best option if you're playing a poke character or a slow character is literally to hard flank through here and hope that your team doesn't die by the time that you get here, which by the way, because you're slow, you're going to get there late. Or literally to rotate to point and try to do something over here. Again, you're going to be incredibly late. It's awful. This fight is decided in the first 3 seconds, not to mention the spawn room, so often, more so than almost any other KOTH map. It's a complete joke. It's a complete joke. And this happens in bronze, silver. I've coached bronze silver VODs where the Ryan pins out with a Lucio speed or a Juno speed ring, and it's just one fire strike hits 12 people and everybody dies. Do you guys remember? There's a clip of like the Genji building blade in first fight, like the frontline deflect. Do you guys remember that? An old Overwatch 1 clip. Do you want to guess which map this was on? Genji comes up, Genji deflects, Genji wins. Everybody's all in the choke and dead, right? He just like, so it's just awful. Because the thing is all of these flanks are so freaking inconvenient, especially given the game mode. Not Numbani, no, the Numbani one was a different one. But like, it's just incredibly inconvenient. Now, what they could do to fix this, I think really just changing the way that this choke works. You could make it wider. You could make it way wider and it would be functional. You could throw, there should be a mini health pack up here too, I think. But even just like making this thing go to this section and meaning it doesn't take 7 years to take this flank. This side of the map, having a little bit of a staircase so it's accessible for brawl tanks or for slower heroes. It just feels so like, I mean, you guys, how many times have you guys been stuck in this choke too? You're like, oh, well, Spilo says don't go top, so I should go main. And then you're stuck here too. It just sucks. It's so unbelievably hostile to retake this space. So unbelievably hostile. So unbelievably hostile. And if you do get out of this choke, where do you go as a support? I remember thinking about this as an on his end player back in Overwatch 1, like 2017, 18. And I was like, I remember like playing like here or like inside the room. There just wasn't any good choice. And so there are so many heroes that just cannot function on this map at all. And remember, I don't mind having point-specific advantages, but the game mode of Koth already gives us advantages to speed and mobility. And then they just triple it and double it here. Everywhere feels unsafe to play as a support. It's just a disaster. And those rotational options on the attack are just miserable. This is a lose first fight, team goes main, dies to high ground. That one support player that watches Spylo video, it's definitely not Spylo on an ult, tries to take a flank, screws up their timing, gets isolated because they're literally 45 meters from their team, gets isolated, kills. These guys stagger. Your team... Yeah, I've had more fights on this point end with my team not building a single ult than any other King of the Hill point that I can remember. Because it's over. People we can't do anything. I mean, I've had games where people were like on 70% ult, literally just basically passive ult charge almost at that point. Terrible map. So this is why Nepal gets bottom of D tier. Miserable. What I hate about this map is how the enemy just walking the point is sometimes completely OP. Yeah, if you don't meet that high ground rotation and rotate to point with certain heroes, yeah, it's good. You think F tier? All right, frick it. I'm a man of the people. The people are freaking intelligent, and they also pay my bills, so. Dude, it's dumping out there. We haven't had rain in a long time. It's okay, Amari. Don't be scared. I'm gonna go find my other cat real fast. Make sure he's not too spooked. 1 second, guys. Yeah, I think the thing that this is might give Nepal about half of a spite point downwards as well, because it's like up there with Ike, where it baffles me how often people vote for this map. I would say that this map gets voted more so than almost any other King of the Hill point, besides maybe Antarctic, because people still have that dopamine connection with back when you used to get bonus points for voting it, and Lijiang. And this is in like Master GM lobbies. People vote for this map more than almost any other map. People love this map. I don't know why. And it's always a miserable experience for everybody involved. And people are flaming each other. And they're like, bro, how do you not like correlate that with like... I know, people will vote for this over Samoa, which, spoiler alert, that's probably, I think, one of my favorite King of the Hill points. Agreed, Thraveen. I would say the biggest thing about the junk toss is that I've never seen anybody west of the Riz do it. It's understandable why people skip like that. Like, people just don't really want to put up with the bullish. But I'm of the opinion that if you've put the time and effort into it, then you shouldn't skip it. You should scam right down the line. Make it and make it and make it and make it. Skippity. You get me? Okay. Oasis. I think it's better than Lijiang by a little bit. Could be a little hostile to certain heroes. But I think Oasis Gardens is pretty solid. I think City Center is flexible enough. And University is like the only truly difficult one, but it's not like impossible. I think it feels like a step below Ilios, though, for me. You guys have to understand that, like, we're being very harsh on all the maps as a whole. Like, you can notice there's none in S and A tier, so I'm probably going to have to adjust some of these. So maybe Oasis jumps to top of B, or bottom of B later on. Let's look at it. Let's look at it. It's definitely going to be in C tier, though. I just don't know where in C tier exactly. Either bottom of C tier I think this is probably the best Oasis point if you know what you're doing. So this is pretty choky here, but you do have this left angle option, and like it's such a life hack as a slow supporter poke DPS character to rotate with your team, split late, and come up, approach the fight from this position, and either rotate to height. Even though you're late, it's like it's such a free rotation. It's pretty consistent. Point can be a little bit difficult to retake too, especially if you're just kind of stuck in the choke, but you can always just approach it from the angle here. And these rotations, while they do take a little bit of time, can be very valuable. There is usually like multiple different ways to approach the point. This is more nichey, but you could still do it. You could flank all the way around here. I don't know. I don't have a ton of criticisms of this map. I still think that this is probably a little bit too punishing for lower ranks, but there is option to go elsewhere. There are like lots of options to go elsewhere. You like the stadium rework of this map? I should look at that. Actually. What do they do differently on this one? Yeah, it's like the definition of inoffensive. It's also pretty flexible map hero pool wise, where like a lot of poke heroes can actually do okay here. Like I unironically will occasionally see a Hanzo or a Widow here. Jump pads, yeah. So maybe, like I said, maybe some of the chokes are a little bit too tight. Wouldn't mind to see a little de-spore of some health packs here. And maybe my main criticism here is that like I would have liked, like we said, we use dynamite when I fix maps. I wouldn't mind if that this staircase here, like this section of the map here, had an easier and more reliable rotation to connect to up top here, so it's a little bit easier to harass without having to go underneath. Like you should be able to go underneath, but also maybe moving the staircase to attack here. Blow a hole in the wall, right? That's our solution there. But I do kind of like that the high ground is not like an auto win button because it is a little bit exposed, but you can use it if you use it well. I think maybe just more rotational options through either side of these doors would be useful so that it feels a little bit more consistent. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Worthless. We're definitely going to have to pivot some stuff around here. And maybe this side of the map is kind of wasted. Like, I wouldn't mind like a little chunk of cover here where you can actually like, yeah, you run the risk of getting booped, but it does feel oftentimes like this area of the map just doesn't really exist for like 95% of heroes, and I think that's a bit of wasted architecture. Just simply throwing a box, a hookah station or whatever those things are in here are called. Like, yeah, just a couple of pillows, you know, or something more, like anything here, so that you can actually like maybe apply pressure from here without being stuck here. I think this is like the fighting here feels so incredibly awkward as a support or poke DPS because you really can't move here without being too close. I don't know, maybe not pillows, but something here so that you can control this angle here. So. Yeah. You're basically stuck here, which is why I said like this rotation is super, super life hacky. But yeah, I think also this side of the map is like super interesting. It's just not very well utilized because it's very discouraging to get like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to go through that. I'm gonna go through that. There's no like easy rotation here. And I think just adding another staircase there potentially, just like making a multitude of staircases, sure, like that can work. So it's okay. It's all right. Again, probably like a low B tier. Spilo when he sees a wall fire in the hole. Yeah. This is why I can't get out much. This is interesting. Hello, guys. How are we doing? Oh!
Welcome to Oasis.
Okay. Probably my least favorite point on Oasis. The reason why, two reasons why. One, I think the staircase is too awkward to contest. I think they need to broaden it just a tiny bit. It doesn't need to be this cramped. The second reason, and probably the more important reason, is I think this rotation is Suckville Baggins. I think this is way too hard to rotate on. I wouldn't mind more cover to assist in this rotation, or frankly, just a simple having a door that connects all the way to this area here so that you can poke out here, but that you could tuck in through here and then rotate through there. It needs to be easier to retake on this space here. Yeah, it's too punishing. This is probably one of the most hero pool specific points in all of King of the Hill. So I don't hate it as much as Nepal Village because it's not as miserably frustrating to retake for sure, but it is still like a very much, oh, you're playing that hero? You're going to lose now. Hey, Kwelski. So that's definitely the case here for sure. And I think, like, I don't know how I feel about this. Like, I like that it's here. It is an option, but it just feels so underwhelmingly difficult. Overwhelmingly difficult, underwhelmingly effective. You see what I'm saying? It's like, maybe this staircase needs to be a path. Maybe, okay, you know what? Maybe they do like the New Junk City thing, where like the staircase is kind of outward facing, where like you go here, and like this also has an opening to go to the high ground, like from behind, you know? Like who? A lot of heroes. Ashe is really bad here. Widow's really bad here. Hanzo's terrible. Ana's terrible. Zen's terrible. Bap can be really... Not Bap's okay. Sigma's awful. A lot of dive tanks are really bad here, too. Like, Winston can be really bad. Wrecking Ball's pretty bad. I mean, anything along those lines. I mean, Mercy's not great either. Ground tanks are amazing here. Wildly strong here, as are Brawl DPS, basically. Again, I don't mind the variety, but this feels unbelievably punishing. Like, remember, we're cutting both ways. Like, we're saying, hey, Brawl tanks shouldn't be abused here, be abusive here, but they also shouldn't be abused on maps like Dorado and so on, you know? So, yeah. Maybe that little outward-facing staircase that allows you to access this high ground from underneath. Maybe one more little chunk of cover here on both sides, and then having a doorway that connects these two. And I think that would just immediately make this map feel a lot better. Just make it feel a lot better. Would I rather have Blizzard an objectively good escort or hybrid map? I don't know. I don't really know. It's a great question. I don't really know if I prefer hybrid or escort. I think maybe escort as a game mode is a little bit more interesting for me. But I don't know if that's just because I like the flexibility of where you can take fights, and like you're not as much, there's like like, do I want to stop payload earlier or stop it later? And with a lot of the capture points, that doesn't feel as inherently interesting. But I don't know if that's just because I'm not thinking about it hard enough. I might just be totally dead wrong with that. I definitely think I like the escort maps as a whole better, but I don't know if that's incidental or not. Yeah, this is not a great tracer point. No, it's not. It's very mid for tracer. Very easy to mark your angles. Okay. All right, let's gamble. But yeah, this one is like, it's not a great King of the Hill map, but I wouldn't put it in like in the bottom 3 or 4, which is why I think this map probably deserves to be in a worst case scenario top of siege here. Because it's not Village, it's not Sanctum, you know, it's not Lijiang Garden. So. Yeah, Nepal got F tier. This map has amazing potential, but I think there's a lot of things that are just not executed super well. So I think like this area of the map is just unbelievably garbage in terms of it's too congested. Like this high ground is very valuable, and it's like everyone just autopilot rotates to this position, but there's a sweet, sweet irony here that the heroes that really want to utilize the high ground just can't legitimately fight for it on verse fight. It's too compressed. It's way too scary to fight for here. So I don't know if I would necessarily change that completely, but it feels a little bit too... It feels a little bit too punishing here. A little bit too punishing here. Feels a little bit too hard to access the jump pad. Feels a little bit too compressed. So maybe that's not the end of the world. If it wasn't for the fact that this side of the map just feels like you're completely cut off from the engagement entirely. I don't know. I'm struggling to really come up with like major criticisms here. I don't really, you know, I have criticisms, but I think I don't have a lot of solutions for this one. I have to think about this one more. So this one might be one of my least impactful feedbacks. I think maybe my biggest feedback is I think this run back is a little too long. Not a lot too long, but it's already naked as it is, which is like fine. But it just feels like a little bit too long of a run back, maybe for a King of the Hill point. Like it's a good at least 10 meters longer than most King of the Hill run backs, at least certainly by Oasis standards. So again, I don't mind the run back if you're able to easily and retake space, but it kind of feels like this is a pretty difficult map to retake as it is, without even considering the fact that it takes you longer to get there. So if it was an easier map to retake, just a little bit easier, maybe they just, again, blew a hole through here, that would immediately make it easier to retake. Then I wouldn't mind the run back as much, but it's kind of like insult to injury just a little bit. But I actually think this map is relatively okay. It's one of the more flexible maps. You can run hit scan here, you can run poke here, you can run dive tanks here, you can run brawl tanks, you can run really anything here. Flankers are pretty good here. Poke heroes are pretty good here. Slower heroes are tolerable here, which is okay for King of the Hill. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't really know, guys. Like maybe that's my only suggestion is just blow a hole, remove the wooden paneling. Doesn't quite sound as exciting, but yeah. I do feel like this rotation always scares the crud out of me just because it's so little vision, but I don't know. I really don't know. I feel the peak right to enemy spawn is a little too unforgiving. Yeah, could be. Maybe a little bit more cover in that, but yeah. I think this is still like it's an okay Pinky the Hill. Like so you said, like this might be a little bit too gross and congested and dirty and grimy, and maybe retaking through this could be a little easier. Because this is one of those points where it's like once you get point capture, unless you make a major mistake, you're probably going to hold it for a little while just based off the nature of how easy it is to stall. So I wouldn't mind if it was a little bit easier to retake to kind of compensate for that. It's not as bad in 5v5 as it was in 66, but this used to be a meme way back in the day, like where if you point flip this in certain metas, you would literally get 99% almost guaranteed. You read chat today? No, never. How are you, mate? Okay, I don't know. I'm kind of... We'll leave it in C tier for now for me. I'll very gladly like probably move it up to B tier once we kind of shift everything up. I'm just basically grading everything as it is right now based off of our overly strict parameters because I don't want to start changing that now. And then we'll go back and then we'll readjust things a little bit. I think a Samoa might be our first A tier map, guys. It's definitely top of B tier if it's in there. It's definitely the best King of the Hill map in my opinion. The pillared halls of Moria. Yeah, no personality in my map design. Follow your 3-lane theory, angle slop. No sharp high grounds, no sharp flanks, but also have plenty of flanks. Yeah. I think Samoa's pretty good, man. I have few complaints for Samoa, but we'll talk about those real fast. I do have a couple of complaints. So, I do think that retaking this choke is relatively rewarding if you know to take this high ground. I think that's actually pretty easy to break. I think my biggest criticism of this map, which is something I brought up years ago, is I don't know what the point of this is. Remove the metal. Like, why is that flank option there? Just not even, like, why is, like, this could go down to that, right? Like, that why is this here? Like, I don't understand that at all. And then I also think that, like, if they were able to do that, then this angle here would be a lot more viable because this angle as it is feels like pretty freaking isolated. But beyond that, I mean, I don't know. Like, you can get stuck in the chokes here, but they did a pretty good job of allowing you to get out of the space here and fighting like this is okay. Maybe this is a little bit too much cover here for attackers to break the choke. Like, they should remove that instead. But I think, like, this area here is, like, really, really important for, like, keeping this map functional because you see me playing this with poke heroes all the time. It's actually okay. It's actually okay. Points relatively naked. Maybe fights happen a little bit too often here. But again, like opening more angles and options to assault that would probably assist for that. But it's the more compressed of the maps. It does so in a way that definitely favors Brawl heroes and Brawl tanks, but without feeling completely unplayable for poke characters. And I don't think there's like any of the chokes are like impossible. I think this is maybe the only really, really weird lane to me. Like, the fact that it goes down makes it so punishing for you to do that. Like, I guess this is, like, maybe my main criticism is it's like, this isn't a real lane. Like, this, yes, this, and then I guess you could go there, but it isn't a real lane, to be honest with you guys. So that would be my main criticism, and then also the fact that this just goes to nowhere. Will it be live for OWC all this weekend? Maybe on Saturday, but I'm not sure. Oh, what am I doing? Restart. Oh yeah, the fact that the lava also insta-kills you, yeah, it's pretty funny. I mean, technically it's a boob threat, but... Wait, is that... Okay, no, okay. Sombra sneak lane? Yeah, that's my point. It's like, yeah, Sombra or Ball, maybe. That's it. Yo, cheers, Brandon. I'm doing pretty good, mate. Hope you're doing well as well. I appreciate the kind words. YouTube chat, all the nice people on YouTube chat. All the freaks and annoying people on Twitch chat. That's my thoughts. What do you guys think? Nobody gives me credit card info. Nobody gives me overwhelmingly undeserved compliments. Yeah, so this is definitely the more poke focused of the maps, which is fine for me. I think if anything, my criticism here, which maybe makes poke even better here. I don't know. Maybe it's kind of like, I kind of don't like the fact that how difficult it is to get to the staircase. Like I think like, I don't know. Like I understand that they kind of want to make you work for it a little bit, but I wouldn't really mind if they even if they just like remove this here, because you're thinking about like, oh, it's gonna make hit scan, but it also makes it easier for you to contest those people by getting up to this high ground faster. 10 out of 10 YouTube chatters agree. Yeah, I agree. See. Thank you for the community, man. Chat and comments won't say it enough. I really appreciate that, dude. Thank you. That's a nice counterbalance, man. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. Frick off, Twitch chat. You guys don't say near enough nice things about me. I'm gonna start calling YouTube chat mom. I think that fits. But yeah, I think it's like another one of those things where it's like the third lane just takes so freaking long to get to, you know? Like, I think this is my biggest concern whenever I play slower heroes in this map. It's like, you kind of just play underneath if you're going to take this lane, because it just takes too long, you know? This feels awkward, but I like the fact that it's a little bit stalemated. You have to take some risks. This feels okay. I think this side of the map is relatively okay. Maybe it's a little bit awkward to maneuver, but I do think it's like the more brawl angle side, so it's like you really shouldn't be fighting for this. So I don't know. That's most of my criticism here. And I think this choke can be pretty punishing, but again, like you do have this angle to retake from. You have a really easy rotation to here as well. I don't know. I like nitpicks for sure. But I don't know. It does a pretty good job for what I would call a poke-focused map style on King of the Hill, which I think is okay. I think it's okay. Like, it's not impossible to play Tracer here. It's not impossible to play Lucio here. It's still good. That does fit. YouTube chat is much more feminine while we're masculine. Chad's over here in Twitch. Uh-oh. We got a sexist in Twitch chat. I always knew it. I always knew my Twitch chat was incredibly sexist. Yikes, guys. Yikes. Con 4K! I don't know. I think maybe just the accessibility of this high ground here. Maybe that's my biggest criticism. Maybe my biggest criticism. But I'd love to see like a little bit more interesting engagements off of this position that don't feel like you have to flank to actually start engaging in that. Never said femininity was bad. It was the context, guys. Like I said, Twitch chat doesn't understand how to read context. That's why you guys missed it. I do, though, so. Yeah. High ground is very Oasis City Center coded. Right. And it's funny, too, because this high ground's like pretty contextual, too. Like, it comes with some pretty major downsides, which I think is kind of cool, too, so. No. Spilo is not the sexist. Spilo reads context. You can't gaslight me. You guys are sexist gaslighters that just never share your money with me. No, not the sexiest. No. That's not what we said. The Giga Chad face? Bro, I can't mog, man. I can't do it. I can't do the face. Yeah, it's just awful. I can't do it. I don't know how they do it. Is this like 4 now? Come on now. Did he eat something sour? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, okay, this one's good. This is the hybrid. This is like the poke brawl hybrid for sure. It's got some pretty nasty sidelines if you want to take up the time to set them up. It's not super hard to retake. This choke can be very punishing, but again, there are a lot of options if you look for them. This side of the map is definitely, again, you kind of noticing a pattern. So it's like the poke side, and there's the brawl side, the flanker side, right? I love the thing I think the most about this map is the layering. I really like the verticality of this map. It doesn't feel like a verticality focused map, but if you're looking for it, there's actually insane ways to get value. There's just level here, level underneath, sneak up behind. You got level there, level there. There's just levels everywhere. Even like the level here. There's just so many different ways that you can use your verticality to kind of creatively maneuver around the map. I don't think I really have any criticisms in this map, man. Like, the only thing that kind of saddens me is because holding point and choke is really valuable, it feels like there is a bit of one of the most egregious wastes of space ever. Like, I freaking love this little section of the map here. It's so cool, but nobody ever needs to use it. But I don't know. Like, I don't really have any major criticisms here. The point being down in a seat pit feels really awkward. I don't mind that. I've always preferred that they put the point in positions where you have to compromise a little bit of something to control it. And you still have like the layers of the map's verticality to find cover. So you're not like completely exposed when you're here. And I think in terms of hero flexibility, I don't know if the stats back this up. I have no idea. But conjecturally, I think like there is like, it's really hard to find a hero that's bad on this point. You know, it's like, it's really hard to find, like, I mean, anything can work here. Even Widow can technically work okay here. I mean, even retaking it can be a little challenging here, but you know, if you take the side space, right? Like you can do things. Like you can absolutely do things here. It's a little weird that that's there, but like it's doable here. Is it the best single King of the Hill point in the game? Probably from a map design perspective. I don't know if people like it as much. I mean, I think it's beautiful. It's one of my favorite visual. I mean, come on, guys. I mean, freaking look at this stuff, dude. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I want to be here. You know what I'm saying? Like, freaking sign me up, man. I'm bringing my man thong, and I am not bringing suntan lotion. But like, from a game design perspective, yeah, it just feels like this map doesn't really have any major weaknesses at all. I mean, I'm sure somebody out there could because a lot of it is subjective, but it's just good. It's just really good. I mean, they are beautiful, man. Overwatch map team is really good with visual design, and they've done a good job with the newer maps too. So, how do I feel about the coconuts? Oh yeah, that's right. Don't they have like explosive coconuts if the points capped, or what? Some funny thing happens. I forget. Spouse made out of the 70s, I think. I mean, have you guys seen the shorts that I wear? Yes. Yes. Just with fewer, like, drugs. That's it. Yeah, there's, okay, the coconut. Not being the sexiest allegations? You bet. Dude, I freaking cannot wear shorts that are longer than, like, I gotta, my knees have to breathe, man. Is coast too long and too far to get used too much? Yeah, you could argue that. Yeah, like this can be a little hostile to pokier heroes, but I still think they have their options. So this is intended to be a hybrid, I think, as well. So I'm okay with that. What map would you live in if you could? I mean, honestly, dude, I think you're crazy if you don't choose something like Samoa, no? Unless you're just a cold freak. Now, I don't mind cold weather very much, but like this is just gorgeous. Ilios is good shout, yeah. Coast doesn't work because the cover of the building doesn't look at point. Right. But I think if you like, I think if this was more open, I think this position might be too OP for certain pocketed DPS. I think pocketed DPS having to kind of hold a slightly more conservative angle rather than something super broad is probably a good thing. Smile Naked stream one next week, guys. Be here or be square. Is there anything I would change about this section? I don't know. I don't think so. Do you see just how well this flows? You know, it's really hard to find a complete dead end. You know, it's nice. It's really well done. Oh, really? Popcorn made one. Oh, that's funny. Likes this map like he likes his pants wide open. Yeah, I don't know. I'm standing by my A tier with Samoa. I still think the game mode has issues, but feels like one of the easier points to retake. It's consistently a retake. It's got flexible compositionally, but yeah. I will not be watching the major today. I think we stop there, guys. We'll do push next, and then Flashpoint. Yeah, we're only got 7 more maps, y'all. That's like 2 more streams worth. We'll be done by next week. I think push will be exclusively B through S, I think. Or B through A. I don't think any of the push maps are going to be lower than B. I think push does a pretty good job of finding that balance where... So I won't, no spoilers, but I think the reason why I'm going to like push is that the maps often feel more open, but the way that the push bot moves shifting fight locations rewards mobility. Does that make sense? like all the maps are more open objectively, but having the ability to reposition yourself is super valuable. I mean, you guys saw it from the new Queen Street little mini review I did of myself, right? The ability to hold a sight line is amazing, but like having to move kind of sucks. So it comes with upsides and downsides. Doing pretty good, Ozzy. How are you, mate? 2 CP, F, D, F, F, Z. Z, F, 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 D. And Anubis might get like a high D just because of nostalgia and like personality, not through just because it's just funny. But yeah. And Volskaya is like probably the best 2 CP map because it's the least defender advantaged. But it's like, that's why Volskaya used to go to like 8 freaking rounds or whatever. The game mode is just a goofball. Is the fact that the team that wins a fight doesn't always get significant defender's advantage for the next fight? Yeah. But, yep. 8? What the frick did you say 8 for? What's your rating on soda pop, Coke, whatever they call fizzy? I don't really drink Coke or fizzy. Like, these are like prebiotic sparkling drinks with just like fruit juice. That's it. I'm a fruit juice fiend, but I don't really do sugar. I do fruit sugar, probably more than I should, but still, yeah. Rank deathmatch maps really quick. Yeah. Chateau A tier, S tier, Kanazaka B tier, Malevento C tier, Petra C tier. Probably. Maybe Petra's B tier. I don't know. I really don't like Malevento that much. It's probably my least favorite of the deathmatch maps, but Chateau is classic. Classical. And then in terms of, I guess, like Black Forest, it's got a lot of personality, but it's not very good. Castillo is awful. Eco Point Antarctica is okay. Necropolis is a complete joke. F tier. I'd say F tier for Necropolis or D tier. Echo Point Antarctica is D tier or C tier. Castillo is probably like C tier. Black Forest is like C or B. I think Castillo is the really weird thing about Castillo, which is a bit of a weird nitpick, but maybe you guys will know what I'm talking about. Let's see if I can pull it up here. All right, I have to change the game mode. Just choose like deathmatch. Mystery deathmatch fun, sure. And then I think I can choose it from here. The problem with Castillo, or I'm butchering that, I'm sorry guys, is that it's actually the tone of the map. You see how washed out it is? Do you see how washed out it is? It literally feels like this red fog. Do you see that? It actually makes enemy hitboxes occasionally hard to see in certain situations. It's very hazy, and it can make it very awkward. So it's the visual acuity of this map is just bizarrely bad. Yeah, Widow map, exactly. Which it doesn't feel like it should be a Widow map, but it's literally just like visual debuff. And I don't know why it's like this. I have no explanation for why the map looks washed out like this. It's really weird. It literally looks like I've put like a white filter on it, or like, you know what I'm saying? It's bizarre. Yeah, it literally feels like dream mode weird. You guys want to know a life hack for fun, for a long and happy life? Play deathmatch, mystery deathmatch with friends until 4 a.m. on random deathmatch maps. Mexico Breaking Bad, yeah, basically. So much fun to do mystery deathmatch. That's why I hate Dawn and Dusk maps, yeah. It's so much fun. Worship Island's the only map. Yeah, Worship Island is the perfectly designed map. I've not tried the Mystery Arcade mode. Is that new or just typical Mystery Arcade mode? Should we play Mystery Arcade? Kitty, I'm going to have to move you in a second. You're directly on. I can't even move. Mystery Showdown? Ooh. That's so fun. All right, dude, we got to try. Hey, Mari, would you like a treat? Come on. Come on. Mari. Ribby. Here he comes. Come here. Sure. Let's try this freaking game mode. Sometimes. Rating for War Song Gulch? What does that mean? Oh, yeah, maybe you're right, Jacob. I remember playing something vaguely like that. What's my favorite genre of music and band? Ooh, tough one. I like classic rock a lot. I do like a lot of like electronic stuff, but like kind of picky about it. I don't know. That's really hard to answer. All right, let's try this crap out here. You guys noticing that? Am I crazy? Black Sabbath for me? Color me tickled. I mean, color me surprised. That's weird, it's not doing it anymore. Muse if you have good speakers. Muse is good.
Welcome to Blizzard.
Perhaps today the dragon will be sated.
That was so artistic. Are you a poet too?
I was once.
Oh, it's so sweaty.
Sounds pretty poetic to me.
I love that interaction. He's so so funny.
Time to break it.
Map shaders are bro. Yeah, I was gonna say, what's up with the lighting, bro? Dude, y'all should play with me. We'll do a giveaway. I'll let y'all, if y'all want to play with me, we'll play with me. We'll do a free giveaway. You don't need to be a subscriber. If this game mode is fun, we'll just do some random games.
Let's get down to business.
Dude, the shaders are completely bonked. I don't know what shaders are, but I know. You know what I'm saying? I know now. Oh. Oh, frick. Okay. Oh, frick. Oh, I thought it was Hanzo! I was thinking Hanzo noises because I saw my shift. I'm stupid. I didn't even look at my, like... Oh my gosh. I don't know, bro. I don't know why I thought it was Hanzo. Ah, frick. Don't want to get picked here. Ah, mama! Frick.
I see you
I'm on fire.
I do like this.
Enemy turret up ahead.
Takes all like the things I don't love about Mystery Heroes, but I'm sure other people like them, but I'm not as big of a fan, you know?
You can't hide.
Oh, got him. Catch him. Ah. I want to give her away where I'm going to go. Oh, frick. Mama! We're good. This is not a fun composition to play into. not killing that.
Somebody call.
He dies.
You're mine now.
Frick.
Tengo que irme. Ya volví.
We need to bail here.
Much better. ¿Me extrañaste? Hack complete.
They know I'm here.
Catch you later.
Oh, maybe not.
Calling up now. System compromised. Somebody call.
Frick.
Peace. Sistema comprometido. Group up, banda. Apagando las luces.
Oh, bad transmitter. Bad transmitter. Shoot. Need to be a little more conservative. Attack warrior. Well, I was just waiting. I was kind of tanking, so I was just playing more for just like. Got him.
Catch you later, enemy turret.
Ah, it doesn't work. Huge beat.
Tengo que irme. You're mine now. ¿Qué onda?
Wait, what? What did that? What happened there? Did you guys see that? That was weird.
Much better.
Ah.
Gotta go.
Nice. Ah! Huge. But she, dude, that hero is so corny. She literally hammered me down out of my translocator.
Catch you later.
Oh, my still at Sombra.
Hack complete. Tengo que irme.
Would have been really funny if I Ajaxed him twice.
Somebody call.
Or not him, but somebody twice.
Hey, come here. Gotta go. My ultimate is ready. Apagando las luces.
Sushi, thank you for the raid. You finally caught me playing a high skill game mode.
Enemy turret. Ya volví.
I don't know why this guy's crying. I'm not purposely avoiding final blows. Ah, my bad. This guy's crying about it. That's actually crazy. Why are you crying?
Life protects life.
I am always ready to learn.
All right, we got this, boys. My best hero. I just talked about how much I love this character today. I'm not crying, he says. That's funny. Ah! Frick, I'm pumping. Frick. Jokes says you're just not able to finish your kills. That's what I'm saying. Hot support bed's been fine. Bob is gonna be good here if I can build Bob and without dying, because Bob would be very nice at finishing this off. It's a nice consistent DPS ult that we need. Wait, what? Oh, we backed. I was like, what? That's crazy. Freaking back cap.
Play of the game.
Twitch.tv Alpine OW? Okay, wait. Wait, we gotta... Did I spell it right?
Time to drop the bomb.
I did. Maybe we'll have to raid Alpine OW afterwards. Twitch.tv/poop. Yours in chat.
Winner.
You leaving? He hates me? What? No, I'm not leaving. I'm saying we'll do a little bit more. We'll do a little bit more. Here. Let's do a giveaway. Let's do a giveaway. Wait, Nightbot. You don't need to be, don't worry, you don't need to be a subscriber or anything. It's been a while since I've done a giveaway. Hang on. Giveaway. Keyword. Okay. Viewers VIP moderate. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Keyword is play, guys. PLAY. You got HX and C9. Bro, I'm gonna raid you if you're chill when we're done here. Come, as in if you want to play with me. You just have to have to be logged into Overwatch. You don't need to be good at Overwatch. You don't need to be like, oh no, bro, I'm like, we're just chilling. You could be literal bronze console Moira one trick. I don't care. We're just having a good time. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. It's not YouTube. I'm so sorry, YouTube. It's only Twitch. I don't have a Nightbot connection to YouTube. If you've already said it, you only need to say it once. 5, 4, 3, 2. I'll start rolling now. I do actually hate. Casper PK, drop your battle tag, please. Victor, drop your battle tag, please. Wayfair, freaking Wayfair, drop your battle. You should. I think you're on my friends list. Should be. Okay, let's actually pause really fast here so I get people added really fast. Okay, hang on a second here. How do I do this? I know there's a way to do this. I know. Group. Oh, wait. I don't want to add friends, no offense, because I already have like enough friends as it is. I just want to get people. Maybe I'll just add them to the custom game and then we can add them to the group afterwards. Add AI. That's the button, guys. Get it? How bad was the other DPS by the way that last game? I'm sensing something. Wait, so Wayfair's already here. Then we need to get Casper in here. And then I need one more, right? Yeah. I think, yeah. DJ on and on it. On and on us. Yes, I don't want to be friends with you. I despise your very existence. Totally not parasocial over here, yeah. Just drop your battle tag. And then we'll get it. Didn't get it? Good, unlucky bagman. We'll try again. Might do it one more time. But I am going to do like 2 or 3 games in a row. I'm not going to be like pivoting it over and over and over and over and over and over again. I'm going to make the Ajax clip disappear. I mean, it was kind of RNG. Like, I went for the hack on you. So I was kind of unlucky, you know. I don't listen to Pearl Jam, no. Can I teach you how to hit a home run? Yes, but it will cost you $5,000. DJ, are you here? Are you typing up your battle tag or whatever? Swing, says Wayfair. Love that. Give DJ like 10 more seconds and we'll re-roll. Three, 2, 1. Prof Buffalo. Professor Buffalo. You're one of them just trolling. I love that. Explosions takes you seriously. I know. I knew. Freaking. All right, Buffalo's here. All right, Buffalo. Professor Buffalo. Yeah, I appreciate it, Ozzy. I would say I love me some Led Zeppelin's nice. Some oh man, what are some of my favorite classic rock artists? Love me some album 1 of Boston is great. Bob Seger, Blue Oyster Cult, America. Couple of Joe Walsh, Doobie Brothers songs, Eagles, Dire Straits, classic Alan Parsons, Jimi Hendrix. Fleetwood Mac is a banger. Steve Miller Band's amazing. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers got some good stuff. The Who, of course. Rolling Stones, of course. B.W. Stevenson. Yeah. A little bit of, like, kind of all over the place. I'm not, like, a huge band fan, necessarily, so. Alright, are we in here? Alright, we're so ready, guys. We're so freaking ready. Wait, who did not accept the invite? Casper. Okay, leave game as a group. I think we should be all good. Alright, mates. Let's freaking pop off. Let's lose with honor. I haven't listened to much Smashing Pumpkins. I'm a little weird, though. I'm not a huge fan of, like, 90s rock as much. I respect it a great deal, but, like, Pearl Jam, even stuff like Nirvana, like, I appreciate it. It's just not my favorite. Just not my favorite. Yeah, no worries, Casper. You're good. Be rerolling after? I'm going to do, like, 3 games and then reroll. Nothing super interesting here. Alice in Chains, yeah, it's another one. Yeah.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Deep Purple, I know of them, but I haven't listened to a lot of them. There's just so much music out there that I have to listen to. I'm working at it, but... Are you freaking kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me?
One of these days I'll end up in Fiji.
Come on, you rat. He sees me, quick. Uh-oh. Oh, I would have hit that.
This is
Play this in queue. Trust its peak. I've already committed to this. Remind me next queue. Frick. Do I have a main in Overwatch? Not really. I'd enjoy Ana a lot. Zen used to be my main. Genji used to be my main. Ryan used to be my main. Ah! Okay, fine. Draw of Red. We'll play this while we're waiting. I swear, if I pull this...
Welcome to Rialto.
Any luck getting past my fourth firewall yet?
Already done. Fifth's tricky, though.
Do you want a hint?
Don't you dare.
everywhere. Is that not a safety hazard?
Compass. Pretty good, I guess. I don't know.
Sorry.
More Poofy hates his fans right there? Yeah. Dude, what is with the lighting, man? Like, seriously, like, why is it so bad? What happened?
Stop the payload.
I am ready.
Pushing the payload.
Unlucky. That's a classic Maze sniper moment. No. I tell if these guys are really bad or we're just elite. Shoot, I didn't reach. Oh, I got a kill. Wait, how? Or is it just, how does that work? I don't think I got a final blow, did I? Like, what the frick happened there? 3 assists. Oh, I'm stupid. Frick. I'm frick. Oh, so poorly done. It's like comically bright, bro. Uh-oh.
Let the Kitsune guide you. Don't worry.
Oh.
Right behind you. I set you in tough condition.
That's so disorienting, man. No, stop. Do it. No, wait. Wait, oh no, my keybinds are wrong. My keybinds are wrong. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, I can't super jump. I can't do anything.
Hey, it's Kiriko. Checking in.
Oh, I need a fresh jump, I say. Okay, frick off, man. Okay, wait. Stop. Controls, heroes, mercy, combat, crouch. Why is crouch there? Frick off. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
No one can hide.
Let's stop it.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Come on, give it the top. Oh no.
Looks like they're on the move again.
Oh no, I died. Oh no. I can't play Mercy anymore. What will I do?
Discord. We will find.
Dude, I had the wrong keybinds, man.
I'm with you.
Wait, why does the wall look like that? That hazard's dead.
Adaptive
Oh, no.
circuit engaged. Hazard.
Oh. Please, sir. Have mercy. Alright, we're going in. We're cooking. Oh, I guess that was assist. Not bad.
It's not embarrassing. Let's put a stop to that payload. You must take care of yourself. I have you, Doctor. So I prefer the payload when it wasn't complete. An enemy here.
See an enemy.
You know what they say? Just go with the flow.
Tracer here.
Oh, I'm so washed with this hero.
I'll keep you on your feet. Feeling okay?
Experience tranquility.
This character's gonna farm assists like crazy, I feel like. Just the heal range. Oh gosh. That's not how that works, bro. What am I doing? Okay, next kill we get, I'm gonna swap.
It's go time.
Aw.
Can't break free. That's all good.
Oh no, I could have shifted back. I needed to live that. If I live that, then that's a good play.
We're outnumbered, by the way.
I can't poke that. Wait, we actually do a wrecking ball. Let's go. W touch swap. Nice. It's such a weird brain situation to be in, where you're like quickly swapping, like, I don't know, it's kind of cool. It's weird. It's such a weird feeling, man. Watch with wing when the big thing. And the fact that it's a full heal, bro. Oh my days, what a combo. Alright. Wayfair, you have to go, yeah? Which shit is broken, so you had to focus on the game, so unfortunate. Alright. We're gonna do one more. Is your 7th shadow here? Let me know if you're here quickly. You don't need to type out your battle tag just yet, just let me know that you're here. Yeah, okay, now take your time and type out your battle tag. I don't know how to, like... There has to be a way to do this. I don't know, man. You here too? You want to play? Ah, thank you, Surly. Thank you. DG away from. Shadow. Okay. Do slash invite? Okay, okay, we'll try that then. Why do I have like slobber on my chin? Like what is wrong? Does that work? Or is there a gap there? Is the gap supposed to be there? I think so. That's weird. Hang on. That was weird. I couldn't do the invite, but I can do the custom game. I just hate Overwatch this crap. They're so bad at it. They've always been bad at it. I don't know why they suck at this. Okay. Yeah, it's not your fault. I don't know. Like, I did slash invite, and then it just didn't work.
Welcome.
I will not leave it.
All right. We'll try it. We'll try it. I have no idea what this is. This better be good.
Now entering King's Row. 3, 2, 1, fight.
Who's it? Oh, it must be like tag. Heal glow. Gotcha. Okay. So the friendly people were just tagging each other over and over again.
You're gonna reap souls without a scythe?
Guns get the job done. If you'd ever fired one, you'd know.
Okay, hand me yours. Let's see what I can do.
Wow. Really impressive there, bud.
Pathetic.
Why am I like base reaper skin? What is going on?
1. Initial flashpoint. Cloud
In shadow.
Oh, it's all base skins. Oh, okay. Frick. I'm committing, guys. Frick off.
At your side. I'm on the point. Keeping company. Enemy. Oh, sorry about that. They are seizing our objective.
Over there.
Someone needs to build these out. Every soldier needs a cause.
Do not let them take our objective.
Nice. That was the longest first fight. Oh, thought I got the bounce there. Frick.
Enemy sniper. I am always ready to learn.
Oh no! I thought I had her.
Into the iris.
don't need to use her ult here.
Ay, te asusté.
Did we even use it yet? Let me just wait.
Ya volví. My ultimate is ready. Enemy turret. Tengo que irme. Apagando las luces.
I'm taking the point. Hey, it's Kingo.
Stay clear.
Enemy spotted.
Oh gosh.
Picking up the pace.
Ah!
Turtle ready? Thanks. That's good stuff.
Has arrived.
I am the Empire.
Claiming my every objective.
Brain in gear. Heads up! I'm overloading!
Secured.
Echo here. Salutations.
Ruins.
Let's move along swiftly now.
Just to be annoying. I'll have it back after they destroy it. Can build my ult off of that as well.
My baby's under attack.
Nice.
Pick on someone your own size.
Flashpoint unlocked.
Healing
in 10
volunteers.
seconds.
Time to let off some steam. They're going to love me.
I am taking the objective. Junkrat primed and ready.
I'm overloading.
Double kill.
No! Oh, I messed it up. I probably just pressed the button. I didn't press the input in time.
I aim to devastate.
Ready to activate DPS Fundamentals.
There they are. Get ready.
EMP
Activated.
Enemy over here. Oh, Hunter here.
Strike from above.
I am the queen.
Nope. 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 Frick. Oh, she got a...
Meteor strike.
Headed there now. I'm on the objective.
System repaired.
Oh, no. My bad.
Making another approach.
Targeting hostile. Enemies left here.
Eyes on field.
Enemy in sight.
from above.
Didn't work out as quite as well as I like.
Aerial position reporting it. Repositioning.
Wow, we missed a lot of shots, but that's okay.
Dispersing.
I've never seen Pharah look so hard to play. Thank you guys, I appreciate the kindness. Fun fact, Pharah is one of the heroes that have reached the highest rank on DPS. Nice, Victor. Projectiles heroes aren't my strength. What is my strength? Main skin's not your strength. Tank isn't your strength. Support's not your strength.
Epic.
Oh, you're right. We'll do one more. My strength is my bench press. Yeah. Sad. Okay, so I'm gonna be honest with you guys. If you guys are waiting for another round, I'm probably gonna end it after this one. It's getting kind of late. Strength. Pepper's my strength. Yes, that's kind of true. DPS Doomfist.
Now traveling to Petra.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Just goes to Anna. No. Cheers, John.
You'll have to try harder than that.
No. They're all that. Look.
One of these days
I'm the main character here. I should be a little more conservative here. Are you kidding me? That's a nade if I ever saw one. Ha!
Much better. Helping you out. Taking damage. Getting drowsy. Really fortified.
No. Ah, the nades.
I still have some fight in me.
Sharing allegations. Bulgarian crimes. Bro, this is definitely a Boger viewer. Welcome. Tax evasion. I take the nano boost perk.
Now arriving at the Shambhala.
As long as there is free will, I fear there will be.
Love you too, Zazzy.
But denying free will is also
Wait.
quite a puzzle, isn't it?
Ah, frick, I gotta... What's the anim... How do we do that, guys? I forgot how to do that. How do you do that? I caught you, yeah. How do I do that, man? I forget. I...
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Found our prey.
Don't let that payload move any farther.
Over there.
That payload's pulling away. Come on.
Alright, well, it's worth a shot. You've known me longer than Mr. Bulgarian? I love that.
Payload's moving. Someone stop that thing.
Bad guy.
Oh, frick, I went off the edge. Did not intend for that to be the... Okay.
That's more like it.
Aww. Grab the mega real fast. I swear somebody's over there still, no? Maybe not.
I brought the salt. Meet your fate.
Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that? I got the KD with Death Blossom for 1 frame. I lost my ult for that though, bro. I should have just shot. I'm fricked. My bad. I should have just rolled in there and gone for the kill. Then way I can get the full reset.
Lucky shot.
The payload has reached.
Daddy, reporting in.
They got us outnumbered. Keep that in mind.
No one can hide from my sight.
That was kind of unfortunate timing. Ah. Nope, trick me. I'm dead. Bit of mine. I don't know what I was doing there. I thought we were pushing up further, helping our Doomfist. Hey, look! It was fine.
Roadhog time. I hate you.
Stop the payload, you imbeciles! Sérieusement, ich sterbe nicht.
I was feeling it, man. I was feeling it.
I am always ready to learn.
Enemy turret ahead.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Enemy tag.
Hey, did we not break the turret?
Let's go rain on that parade.
Enemy turret ahead.
EMP activated.
Oh.
Triple kill.
We're in this together.
All of us.
How embarrassing.
Not so fast.
Look good.
Would I ironically wear this? Okay, and I gotta check that later.
Move up here.
Do something!
Rails are powered and ready to fire. Disrupting. Railgun
Just gonna hold it.
Breaking them down. Stop that payload.
No! I'm gonna die for that. Shoot. Oh man, they're all so low, man.
Ground running.
At least we have a couple of volts here.
Heroes never die. No power down. Get in there. I'm unstoppable. This ends now. Going for the Dormsty.
That kind of begs the question, how does nano work? No, kind of unfortunate timing. I can kill this. I can kill this area. Oh, I was too slow to deflect. That was a little awkward. We should still be fine now. Zero final blow, Genji. Let's go.
Enemy turret destroyed.
I don't know about that Zarya or Ramatra. Nope, nope. Got him! Finally!
Strike from above. I am on my way. I am taking off. Failed.
No!
Justice reigns from above. Our win.
He's gonna die either way. Or no, he won't.
Oh, we're outnumbered. Let's try something else. Enemy turret ahead.
Hold strong for a bit longer.
Do something.
Ah, okay, that was an earned death, I feel like. I thought we did a lot there. I think I could have gotten a clip, though, if I'd been a bit better. I'm terrible at Tracer, though. Good try, GG's, good G's. Good G's, I say. Good game.
Play of the game.
Yeah, one close game. We'll take the close game. The thing that we screwed up was the Nano Sojourn ult fight. We should have won like way more decisively. Alright, GG's boys. Thanks for playing with me. That was fun. Oh no, you're good, Shadow. We had a good time. It was fine. GG's guys. GG's. Alright, we're gonna give Alpine OW a raid. Loves and kisses. I'll see you guys later. Have a good rest of your weekend. I'll see you guys on Saturday. Thanks for being here. Bye, YouTube. Stay fresh. Stay relevant. Stay real. See you guys.
Three games were really good. The last two, they're kind of like
Just now we're on slop.
I was gonna say something, but I'm not sure.
Oh boy.
I'm still